What is up, guys? This is Sunday's compilation video. I've decided, because of the split with the midweek compilation, that I'm going to include in this compilation some of the stories from Friday, Saturday, and some best of stories from maybe a few months ago, a few years ago, just so you have a little bit of variety and it's not stuff you just heard a couple days ago, and that's it. If you guys end up enjoying this compilation of true scary stories, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe, as it helps to ensure the video does well and that I can continue making daily videos for a long time to come. If you guys have any comments about stories in this video, please be sure to leave them in the comments section below, as that's my favorite part of doing these, is reading your guys' comments. Without further ado, guys, I will let you enjoy the compilation, and I will see you again on Monday. Have a great day. In my college, all freshmen had to live in the dorms, and they had to live in either a double or a triple. I was a bit nervous about sharing the room with another person, and this only got even worse when I met the guy to be my roommate. This guy was named Kyle, and Kyle was really weird. He was sort of dark. I don't mean to say he was a goth or anything like that, because that's not really what I mean. I mean, yeah, he did wear dark clothes and had dark makeup as well, but he was just so weird. He took it to a level that was much more than just an odd fashion statement here and there. He was involved with what he believed to be witchcraft, and I'm not just talking about Wicca or that sort of thing. He called the witchcraft he believed in black magic, and very often referred to entities he would pray to, and demons and that sort of thing. Now, I'm not particularly religious or anything, but everything he did just made me really uncomfortable. Things with Kyle were at first just annoying. He would always be awake at all times of night, and I always had to be up early for class the next day. He would sit at this little altar thing he'd made and talk to these demons by candlelight. He kept me awake all throughout the night, so I took to wearing earplugs and an eye mask to try and get at least some sleep. One night, though, I was woken up by a lot of noise that even my earplugs couldn't keep out. When I peeked out from under my mask, Kyle was having a three-way with another girl and guy on his bed. I just put my mask back on and pretended I'd never seen anything. So far, it had only been minor annoyances, but it turned very scary one day. I got home from class, and Kyle, who usually didn't pay much attention to me before, seemed really excited to see me. He told me he was communicating with one of his demons, and he needed someone's blood in order to do this further. He just straight up asked me if he could have some of mine. I turned him down, of course, and he insisted it would not hurt at all. I told him I wasn't really concerned about the pain. I didn't want him to use my blood for some nefarious ritual or something. He just kept on begging for my blood for a while, but I didn't relent at all. When he gave up finally, I could tell he was extremely pissed off at me. I didn't really care though, because at least he left me alone for the rest of the night. As usual that night, I went to bed with my earplugs and my mask on. I'm not sure how long I'd been sleeping before I felt a sudden and sharp pain surge up in my arm. I jumped up in bed, ripping my eye mask off immediately. There was a large slash in my arm, and Kyle was kneeling next to my bed, holding a ceremonial knife. The guy had actually sliced me open and started to collect my blood in my sleep. Enraged, I kicked him in the head, which knocked him down to the floor. I kicked the knife out of his hand and ran out the door. I ran straight to the RAS room and pounded on the door frantically. She answered and saw the huge slash in my arm. She called the campus police. Kyle was arrested soon after, and you can be damn sure I pressed charges against him. I know after he was taken out of my room, and I assume he was removed from the school as well. I don't technically know for sure exactly what happened though. I'm just happy I never saw that psychopath again though. I knew right away I was gonna have problems when I started living in the dorms. Growing up, I'd always had a room of my own, and being with another person was gonna be pretty hard to get used to already. When I first met my new roommate, he was actually a really nice guy. His name was Josh, and we got along really well. Still, it was difficult for me to always have another person hanging around all the time. There was definitely no privacy for me anymore in these small rooms either. About a month after I'd moved in, I was up studying late at night. Josh had been deep asleep for a while, when suddenly he just rose out of his bed like a zombie. He was only wearing his boxers. He got up and walked out of the room in his underwear. He didn't come back for about an hour. I tried to ask him where he'd gone like that, but he ignored me and went back to his bed, sleeping right away. The next day, I brought this up to him, and he told me he used to sleepwalk when he was little. He hadn't done this in a really long time, but had been concerned that he would start up again. He had a feeling it would start up when he went to college and added more stress to his life. He told me it was normally not that big a deal. He'd just walk and wander around for a bit and then head back to bed. He said it would be fine if I wanted to wake him up if I did anything weird. Apparently the rule that you're not supposed to wake up a sleepwalker isn't really true. Over the next few weeks, Josh did sleepwalk a few more times. I did wake him up once or twice when I thought he might get into some trouble. Sometimes, however, I couldn't. He would leave while I was sleeping, and when he came back into the room was generally when I would wake up. Anyway, the sleepwalking really wasn't that big of a deal until one particular night. Like I mentioned, it would almost always just involve him walking around in his boxers, but one night it took a really odd turn. I was deep in sleep when I began to hear some strange noises, which woke me up pretty quickly. I was still groggy and not able to pay that much attention to it until I heard the sound of something hitting the floor. Opening my eyes, I was immediately shocked. Josh had just opened the window and taken the screen off of it. He was climbing onto the windowsill of our second-story dorm room window. I jumped up to try and stop him, but before I could do anything, he fell out of the window as if it were nothing. Freaked out, I ran over and looked down. Josh was lying there in his boxers on the ground. There were a few students outside who had been unlucky enough to witness this. I ran out of the dorm still in just my boxers and sprinted down the stairs. I told the people around him that I was his roommate and that he was a sleepwalker. Fortunately, he survived the fall. Apparently, he'd landed on his feet, and the shock of the fall completely shattered both of his legs. Josh was okay and didn't remember anything about what had happened, or at least as okay as you can be with two completely shattered legs. I know this might not seem as scary to some of you, but you just need to imagine this picture. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night and seeing your best friend jumping out of a second-story window with no cause, as if it were nothing. I was absolutely terrified. I'm sure you've heard this sort of story 100 times before, but I think this one might be just a little bit weirder than most. Mostly that's because I live in a very rural area, and when this happened, I was in fact living out on a ridge all by myself. I won't give the name of this ridge though. I'd rather keep this strange story anonymous and not allow people to find my location. My house was way up on a hill and was about a 20-minute drive from the next closest house. We had a huge big yard, and on a clear night, you could see just about the entire Milky Way clearly. It was so dark out there, and there were no polluting lights around. Growing up in that house was great, other than that I had to get up nearly 2 hours before school started because the bus needed a long time to get there and back. Other than that, it was pretty nice though. This happened when I was 13 years old. My parents were visiting my grandmother, and I decided not to go with them this time. Usually, I'd get pretty bored when I went there, so I stayed in the house by myself instead. I was curled up on the couch in the living room and watching various horror movies late into the night. At one point, I got a sudden phone call. I didn't think to ask who it was. It was someone who wanted to speak to my father. He didn't ask for my father by name, though. He just asked, "Hey, is your dad home?" I stupidly told him no, and that he wouldn't be home for a few days yet. The guy didn't even offer to leave a message and just hung up immediately. I very quickly put the incident out of my mind, but about an hour later, towards the end of a very scary movie, I was startled by a sudden knock at the door. I was even more surprised because I hadn't seen the lights of a car pulling up into the driveway. It would have been very obvious if someone had driven up here. I looked over at the clock and saw it was about 11 p.m. I think anyone, especially someone who lives in a rural area, would be a bit freaked out by someone suddenly coming to knock on the door this late at night. I didn't know how to react. I thought the best idea was to just not answer the door at all. I already had all the lights off, so maybe whoever was out there wouldn't know I was home. I had the remote control on the couch, and I quickly clicked the kill button to kill the light from the television. I hid under the blanket, just in case the guy looked in through the window. When I didn't answer, whoever was outside knocked again. He waited for a few moments. I still didn't answer the second time. When I still didn't respond, the person outside began banging really hard on the door, then started yelling, "I know you're home, and I know you're alone." He kept knocking on the door over and over. You might be wondering, why didn't I call the cops in that moment? Well, remember just how far away I lived. There was no way they would get there in time. I didn't even think about going to get my dad's gun either. I just stayed under those covers, shivering as the man continued pounding on the door. There was no way in hell I was going to answer it, obviously. Eventually, the guy gave up. I heard him knocking some things over on the porch. Then it was all quiet once more. I stayed on the couch covered up and didn't dare turn the television back on either. I mean, I didn't know if the man had gone to another door or window of the house just to hide. I didn't know if he could see inside. If I moved, maybe he would see me. Eventually, after quite a long time had passed, I fell asleep out of exhaustion. I woke up in the morning as the sun began to shine into the room. I felt very relieved a few hours later when the phone started ringing. I was scared to answer it, assuming it would be the same guy again. I had put 2 and 2 together at this point and figured that person must have been the knocker. To my fortune, though, the person on the phone was not that man. I answered it and was immediately informed it was the police. An old grandmother who lived a few miles down the road in a lonely house like my own had been attacked and brutally beaten the previous night. It happened only a few hours after the knocker had left my house. They were calling to warn us that whoever did the attacking was still at large and to exercise extreme caution. I just know it was that same man. Now first off, I'm a guy. I have to get that out of the way right away, because this is a story about pet cats, and I know a lot of people assume cats are more of a girl's pet sort of thing. I've always had a great fondness for felines. I mean, they're such beautiful animals. Sure, some of them can act really stuck up sometimes, but hey, they're cats. They have every right to do so. My parents bought me a cat when I was about 10 years old. His name was Greasy, for no better reason than I wanted to name my cat something I was sure no one else would have already done. He's still alive, actually, and is sitting next to me as I'm writing this story down. Even though I love my cat, I wanted another one as well. Cats are sort of like tattoos, in the way that you can't only have just one of them. My parents, on the other hand, didn't want me to have more than one pet. I recall around the time I was 12 or 13. One night, Greasy was getting a little more meowy than usual. He was also hanging around the front door. When I went to check out why, I noticed there was a young cat hanging out in the bush in front of our house. Having sympathy for the young creature, as well as just loving young animals in general, Because he was a freaking cat especially, I decided I'd feed him a bit. I grabbed one of Greasy's extra bowls and gave the extremely hungry cat outside a small meal. The way I looked at it now was that I now had 2 cats. I named this stray cat Sebastian and even wrote the name on his bowl. I wasn't allowed to bring him into the house, obviously, and I didn't tell my parents much about him. I enjoyed my stray cat though. He was awesome, and it was nice having one cat inside and one outside. My parents went to bed early because they often got up early for work. It was really easy to do this without them finding out because of that. I'm not really sure for how long this went on, but I guess it went on for a fairly long time. My parents didn't notice how quickly we were going through cat food, or perhaps they didn't care anyway. I always wished I could let Sebastian into the house, but of course I couldn't do so. Every now and then, Sebastian would eat his food early, then jump up on the window ledge and look inside. Whenever he'd do this, I'd pet him for a while. One night, I was watching some late-night television in the dark when I heard some rustling going on outside near the front door. I figured it was Sebastian looking for his dinner, so I grabbed his bowl and filled it up. When I went outside, however, he was nowhere to be seen. I tried calling out for him in a quiet voice, but he still didn't show up. I guess I stupidly figured he might be hanging out in the bushes. That was silly, simply because there was no reason for him to do that. He would always run towards me for the food. I walked over to the side of the house and nearly fell over in shock when I saw a figure dressed all in black sneaking underneath one of our windows. Shocked, I dropped the food. The man looked over to me. It only took a few moments for our mutual shock to fade and for him to immediately make a rush towards me. Having already dropped the cat food, I twisted around and quickly ran back to the house, screaming for my dad. I got to the door, opened it, and ran inside. I attempted to close it, but the guy shoved his arm in first. He grabbed the door and began trying to pull it open. We struggled back and forth for a moment, until suddenly the living room light turned on. When the light turned on, the would-be burglar realized he would be caught. He cut his losses and let go of the door. He jumped off the porch and ran for the hills, so to speak. My dad did call the cops. And to my surprise, the guy was actually caught as well. Sebastian did come back later to get his food too, although I was scared to go outside again. Still though, I put out his meal, and he was a very happy cat that night. Well, telling this story is going to date me a bit, I guess, but this happened when I was about 15 years old. I had been having a pretty severe case of insomnia, and as anyone who has suffered from insomnia knows, you can only lay in bed for so long before you just have to give up and find something to do. To let you know a little bit more about the situation, this happened in the summer. My parents were not home this night, as they had gone to a party. Knowing my father, he had probably gotten so drunk as well that they weren't going to be coming home anytime soon. He was one of those guys to get trashed, then refused to know when it was time to leave. Because of this, I was home all alone. I had actually started to drift off a bit when my body jerked. I'm sure you've had this happen before. It woke me up, and after that I wasn't able to get back to sleep. I tossed and turned and tossed and turned. Finally, I rolled over and looked at my clock. It was just a couple of minutes before 11:30 p.m. I figured I might as well get up for a bit and watch The Tonight Show. Maybe Johnny Carson would help me relax and put me to sleep. I walked up the hallway and into the living room without turning on any of the lights. I turned the TV on, then flopped down on the couch and stretched out a bit. I watched Johnny and began to feel a whole lot better after the beginning of the show. I went to turn the TV off and apparently got a bit of a static shock. This caused me to pull my hand away from the TV. Because of the suddenness of this action, I turned around, only to see, facing the couch, to my horror, a man hiding on the far side, crouched down in the small space between the wall and the couch. I screamed in shock. The man actually looked pretty surprised himself as well. I quickly sprinted out of the room and into the kitchen. My intent was to grab a knife. I found a big cleaver easily. I flipped the lights on and ran back into the living room to confront the man. The door was wide open, and the man had fled into the night. I called the cops as I did a thorough check of the house with cleaver in hand. The man was definitely gone now. All I could figure is he must have seen my parents' car gone, and the lights were out. He must have thought no one was home and tried to rob us. When he heard me get up, he didn't have time to get out of the house, so he hid in the corner. I don't think he expected me to stay up from insomnia and watch a whole hour of television. The man had been trapped there the entire time I was watching Johnny Carson. The man was right behind me, crouched in my house only a few feet away, and I never knew. I would have never known if I hadn't turned around from that sudden static shock. This was a few years ago. It was pretty late out, past 1:30 or 2 a.m. I believe. I was living with this boy who was pretty abusive, and he had gotten really jealous at this party we were at earlier that night. Not even an hour after we'd gotten home, he tossed me out onto our front porch and locked the door behind me. I was knocking and pleading for him to please let me back inside. I was still wearing what I'd worn to the party, and it was freezing out that night. I wasn't sure what to do. He had my phone, my purse, and my wallet in the house with him, so all I could do was sit on the porch crying. When he turned off the lights both outside and inside, I knew he was not going to let me back in. I felt so helpless and cold. I thought about knocking on a neighbor's door, but I had anxiety about waking any of them up and causing trouble for my boyfriend. Instead, I decided I would try to walk to this gas station and motel less than a mile away, so I could use their phone to try and call a girlfriend of mine and see if I could sleep over with her instead. Ironically enough, the road I was walking on, Donner Pass Road, was so freezing cold that it was fitting. But anyway, a little bit into the walk, this tall white pickup truck was approaching on the opposite side of the road I was on. I tried not to make eye contact for obvious reasons, but then I heard the truck stop and begin to make a U-turn. My heart began to pound fiercely. I froze up and forced myself to speed walk at the very least. The truck pulled up to me, and this guy rolled down his window and asked what I was doing out this late at night. I told him how I was going to meet my friend at the gas station, and she was expecting me quite soon. He smiled and offered me a ride. I said no thank you, citing that I didn't like to hitchhike. Well, that's good. I don't pick up hitchhikers or anyone. You don't look like a hitchhiker though. You just look like someone who needs some help. He kept on driving next to me and told me I shouldn't think he was a creep. He pulled out what looked to be a police badge and told me he had just gotten off duty, which is why he was in civilian clothes and out so late. He said he wouldn't mind driving next to me, just to make sure I got to where I was headed to safely. I was very naive and a bit too trusting of his kindness and credentials. When he offered me a ride again, I said it would be nice because the gas station wasn't that far anyway. He popped the door open and I hopped in. The radio was down low. It was a little bit messy inside. The ashtray was full of cigarettes, and there were tons of newspapers lining the passenger floor. I was moving my feet when some of the papers shifted, showing a pair of handcuffs, some coffee cups, empty water bottles, rags, a highlight-colored bandana, and some various other garbage. He apologized, saying it was a truck he took out hunting, but it was super warm, so I was happy for that. And I didn't mind the mess at all. He told me his name was John. He asked why I was so scantily dressed without a jacket. I started to tell him about the party and the fight I'd been in with my boyfriend. He was super charming and attentive. He even joked that he could go back and arrest my boyfriend right now if I wanted. I asked him about himself, and he told me about his family. He was a young dad, had a wife, daughter, a son, a dog. I told him it sounded like he had the perfect little family. He laughed and said he certainly did. It sort of clicked for me to ask him if I could use his phone, but he said no because he had to save up his battery as it was about to die. We were approaching the gas station when all of a sudden he just drove right past it. "Oh, I think that's the one, you just missed it." But he didn't answer me. I felt sick to my stomach. My heart began to pound. I started getting choked up, and my eyes started tearing up as I looked out the windows. I watched the lights behind us getting further and further away. It was hard for me to even speak, but somehow I murmured out, asking if he could please turn around. Instead, he ignored me. As I looked over to him, he just looked empty-eyed and emotionless, totally dead and glazed over. I looked back out the window and down the road to see if maybe we were going slow enough that I could make a leap out of the car without seriously injuring myself. I remembered always hearing never go to the second location. I thought about the possibility of jumping out and breaking an ankle and how it would be so much harder to get away with only 1 foot as opposed to 2. I was debating with myself. Sure, there was snow on the ground, but then again, snow can be hard, especially when you're not fully clothed. I felt so dumb. I wasn't even tied up or anything, but I still couldn't do anything. There was nothing but trees, an empty road, and us two. I was crying pretty badly at this point and asked him to please borrow his phone. He told me to shut up and stop talking. He then started talking under his breath. "Girls shouldn't be out so late, you know. You shouldn't have been out alone. Look what you're doing to me, dressed up like a slut." He kept saying these terrible things to me. I wasn't even responding. I was just crying, trying to think past the fear I was feeling. I remembered the pair of handcuffs underneath my feet, so I used a little scooping motion to try and pick them up. I used it to push them under the bottom of my seat as far as I could. I was thinking of different ways I could try and help myself. If we were close enough to some upcoming lights or structures, perhaps, maybe I could grab the wheel and cause us to crash into them. Maybe I could get the attention of a cop passing by or something, swerve and grab the wheel so he would appear to be a drunk driver and pull us over. I even had the thought that maybe this man was just having a weird night. Oh, I didn't want to do anything to hurt him, but I told myself that sort of thinking got me into this mess in the first place. He pulled off the road where there were still woods on both sides of us. On his side, the wooded trees were closer to the road. On mine, there was a small gap fully covered in thick snow, just before the tree line. He turned off the car and coldly said there was something wrong with the engine and to get out right now. He grabbed the keys and was stepping out of the car. I grabbed onto the center console and cried and pleaded for him to not make me get out with him because it was too cold with what I had on. He turned to face me, door still open, and shouted at me to get out right now. I dug my fingernails deeper into the console. I was crying. "Please, John, I'm so cold and scared." I was thinking of everything I'd ever heard. Humanize yourself. Use first names. He stared at me in this way I can't even begin to describe. I wouldn't even know how to start. He climbed back in the car. I slinked back toward my window, scared he would simply drag me out by force. He turned off the headlights, and everything went dark. He stared at the steering wheel for what felt like years. He lit up a cigarette and looked out his window, then back at me. He could hear the newspaper shuffling on the ground as I was adjusting my legs, but while still staring out his window, he asked me if I thought about running. He told me if I did, he had a quick way to get me exactly where he wanted me. Oddly enough, I had been thinking of running just minutes before that, but reasoned that if he wanted me out of the car, I should definitely stay inside. Otherwise, he'd simply chase me or shoot me. I think at that point, I finally hit the reserve of my courage, and instead of panic, there was simply numbness and exhaustion. There was still an occasional tear or two, but I just went completely numb. It was dead quiet. But finally, I just barely audibly told him that my friend was still waiting for me. I asked about his wife and children. He very plainly told me he didn't have either, and that his house was simply empty. I asked him what he was thinking about. "I'm thinking about what to do with you." He didn't say it angrily, though. He just said it coldly, which sort of scared me more. I started getting worked back up and crying. At that point, he told me not to cry anymore and turned the car on, offering me some heat. I told him all I wanted to do was go home. Eventually, he started driving. He kept driving until we approached a gas station. I was gauging the right time to reach for the wheel, but before I could, he slowed down. While pulling up to the station, he told me not to tell anyone or he would come back for me. Then he told me all he was doing was teaching me a lesson to not hitchhike with strangers. He almost came to a complete stop when he told me to get out before he changed his mind. Before he could even get another look at me to assess my understanding, I had already thrown myself out of the truck and was sprinting toward the gas station. The panic was overwhelming me, but I stopped and remembered to try and see his license plate at the very least. I turned around and only caught the blur of the last 3 numbers as he was driving off. I ran inside and asked the clerk behind the counter to call the police. I waited until the officer got there, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit scared I would see John once more. My fears melted away though when the new-faced policeman arrived. I gave him the description of John, his appearance, the vehicle color and type, the parts of the license plate number I'd caught, and the fact he said he was an off-duty cop. Basically, any information I could. I asked him if he could look at the camera. The officer disappeared in the back for a little bit, then came back out saying there was nothing on them. I asked if I would be able to look as well. The officer said no, and asked if I didn't trust him. He then gave me a ride to my friends, lecturing me for hitchhiking. This mostly consisted of him asking if I knew who Ted Bundy was. He told me I was naive to think it could never happen to me. I never heard anything back about the report I'd made. I would try to follow up, but each time I did, they would simply ignore me. All aside from a single time, when they told me my case number didn't even exist. All that didn't stop me from trying to follow up though. Throughout the months and years, I asked my friend whose home I slept over at that one night if she'd ever heard of any weird things or anything like that since that incident happened. If anyone up there had ever said anything about it. She always said no though. I sort of let it go and tried to tell myself that maybe he actually was just trying to teach me a lesson or something. I mean, I definitely never hitchhiked again, so if it was a lesson, it certainly worked. I never heard anything back having to do with the case. I never heard any other odd experiences up there, so maybe it was just one man trying to teach me something. Sometimes, though, I think I tell myself all of that to help me sleep better at night. It was all so real. Even if it wasn't real, though, I'm glad I didn't get out of that car into the woods that night. I have kind of a weird story to tell. I've only ever told one person, as honestly, I didn't realize how strange the entire situation was until I brought this up to a friend of mine. This happened a few months ago, and at the time, I had just recently been fired from my job. I had been working there for several years, and so the abrupt firing caught me by surprise. I thought everything had been going all right for me, but just like that, they told me to pack up my things and leave right away. Honestly, it made me feel pretty bad. Rather than spend some time trying to find another job immediately, I spent a few weeks moping around my house and not doing much of anything. I had lost both the strength and the will to do anything, especially look for a new job. Though at that dark point in my life, one of my close friends tried to help me out. This friend reached out, telling me that a position at one of her other friends' companies had opened up recently. It was nearly the same as the one I'd been fired from, so right away it seemed I'd hit the jackpot. All seemed perfect, though there was still something in my mind saying this was a little bit strange. My friend, who I won't name for privacy's sake, had always been a little bit on the shady side. Maybe they just weren't the most open person to talk to, or maybe they were just simply reserved, but there always seemed to be something a little bit off about them. For the sake of my future, as well as a potential job opportunity though, I put that out of my mind and focused on applying. In just a short time, I'd gotten out of my slump pretty fast, and was preparing for this new job and a new start as well. My friend sent me the phone number of the company, and told me the hours I would be able to call them at. I woke up as early as possible on the day I was going to give them a call, readying myself for the always nerve-wracking interview I was about to have. When the time was right, I called the company, and before I knew it, I was connected to your average phone-answering secretary, it seemed. The fake peppy voice she put on made me feel that I'd had the right number straight away. and I told her the reason I was calling. She was quick to begin asking questions afterward, taking in all my basic information. Name, phone number, just like every other company did as standard procedure. I replied with all the information she was seeking, along with answering a few more filtering personal questions she asked, like what experience I had and any prior jobs I'd had as well. I sat on the call for some time answering her questions before she said she'd gotten all the information she needed out of me. At the end of the call, she informed me that 2 days from then I could come in for an in-person interview. I remember hanging up the phone and sitting still for a few moments after. I was as happy as I could be. After going through such a tough time unexpectedly, it felt like I was really getting somewhere. It was easy to say I was ecstatic about getting an interview. Thus, I spent the next few days preparing before the day was finally here. I woke up early, got dressed in my finest. A black suit over a button-up shirt underneath, along with a pair of fine dress pants. I went the full 9 yards with everything that morning, as I knew I had to be my best for any interview. I pepped myself up the entire time as well, until I was finally ready to leave. Still though, I was really nervous. I took a few deep breaths before leaving the house. I got into my car and started heading to the address. I remember the drive actually wasn't too far away, only about 10 minutes or so. As I got closer though, it began to feel as if my destination was hours away. I got closer to the address, and my nerves got even worse. I had been through many interviews before, and the thought of one more shouldn't have made me as nervous as I was. It got the best of me during the car drive, and I was completely caught up in them. Before I even realized I'd pulled right into a parking space of where my GPS had told me to go. As I parked, I came to my senses and realized where I was. I managed to get even more nervous as I realized this. I wanted to go home and forget about this interview, as I thought about how unexpectedly my last job had ended. Still though, I shook him off and looked at where my GPS had taken me. I stepped out and looked at the building in front of me. Instead of what I assumed was going to be a typical office space or something, there was a gigantic run-down building in front of me. I remember staring at every inch for some time. All the windows were either broken or boarded up completely. The coloring of the bricks was faded as well, and there wasn't even a front door on the place. I began to think that I simply had the wrong address, but my GPS confirmed this seemed to be the correct destination. I even checked the address I'd typed in multiple times. Each time I looked, the numbers were the same and correct. I realized that this really seemed to be the right place. My mind was all over the place in this moment. My nerves about the interview were gone, although in their place was a whole new set of anxiousness. I went closer to the building to inspect it. I had to see for myself that the building was the right one before I decided to leave. As I approached, I was stopped by someone coming out from the side of the building, a man in a reflective high-visibility jacket. "Hey, what are you doing here? This is a construction zone," the man yelled. I was even more confused. I understood what he meant though when I walked closer to him and caught a peek around the other side. There was indeed a construction crew with tons of heavy machinery just sitting there. "Oh, sorry, I thought this was the place for my interview. I was looking for so-and-so, but it seems I have the wrong place." No, this is so-and-so, but I don't know what interview you're going to be having here. The building's been abandoned for a few decades," the man said. My face turned to shock, and I got even more of a headache from the situation. "But I called a few days ago. Someone answered and said she was with a company called so-and-so." The man stared at me. "I don't know who's trying to fool you here, but this building did belong to that company back in the day. They haven't been around for a few decades, though. Now get along there. The building's supposed to be demolished today, and my guys have to get back to work," the man said again. I could do nothing but leave. The company seemingly didn't exist anymore. It seemed like I'd been the victim of some sort of cruel prank at the hand of whoever was on the other line. But something put me off. The call had seemed so legitimate. The girl on the other line had certainly fooled me for being a secretary of some company. I didn't think much more of it, though. The man had said the company I was trying to join hadn't existed in that place in decades. Just like that, I was back to square one. No job and no interview. The drive back home was long and silent. It hardly even fazed me just how weird the encounter had been, as all I could think about was now I wasn't even able to have that much to be excited about. I got home and went right back to where I'd started. I holed up in my house for a couple of weeks, not having the motivation to do anything, as I once again found myself in a depressive episode. As more time went by, I slowly healed again, and found the will to look for a job once more. This was several months ago, mind you, and since then I fixed myself even more. I was able to find a new job, much better for my own health than the one I'd been fired from. Over the several months in between this story I just told and now, I'd been so focused on my new job and working hard enough to keep it, that the situation had gone through and slipped my mind entirely. It wasn't up until the point that I told my friend the entire story of what happened to me that I realized just how strange it was. When I informed my friend the number they had given me, I realized it was actually incorrect from the one she'd meant to give me. She apologized a lot after realizing her mistake and ended up giving me the actual phone number, which is actually how I found my current job. The fact of what I had gone through was still up for question. I had accidentally been given a wrong number, but was put through to a seemingly real company. On top of that, I even got told to come in for an interview to a real address, and for a real company that once existed, even if it no longer did. The whole situation is just kind of a big mystery to me. My friend and I threw out many ideas, some that were pretty ordinary like a simple prank call, and some that were farther out. You know, some like how I could have gone through an insane phenomenon like time travel through a phone call or something. Some of the ideas were of course ridiculous, and even now I have no clue what happened to me on that day. I had a really scary experience when I was a little girl, around the age of 8 years old. This might be a little intense, so please be warned about that ahead of time. An aunt of mine had her house burned down, and very unfortunately, she also died in the fire. However, the firemen were able to save my 6-year-old cousin. Of course, she experienced something that would disturb her for the rest of her life. My aunt had been a single mother. She hadn't seen or heard from the father in years, so he wasn't able to take custody of his daughter. For a while, she came to live with us. My mom thought that if she was with a girl of her age, it would help her get better. It was really hard living with her and trying to get her to do anything. I used to love tea parties and would hold them often. I couldn't really get her to take part in them at all, though. She would just, understandably, sit there silently and look sad. She rarely talked, and the only time she once did was to say, "That cup is empty," as if she didn't know we were supposed to just be playing. The girl slept in the same room as me, as I had 2 twin beds in the room. It was fine, and for the most part, she seemed to sleep well. Occasionally, though, she would have very bad nightmares and would wake up in the middle of the night screaming. My mom would always come to the room and grab her, hug her tight, and try to make her feel better. I have to admit, I didn't like having her around. At only 8 years old, I guess I couldn't really appreciate what she was going through. I feel really bad about that now, especially since I've never had to lose my mom. But something about her creeped me out. She was always so quiet, only communicating with people mostly with nods and shakes of the head. She would occasionally walk into the room and look around at everyone without coming in, and sit down in place. Then, after a while, she would turn around and leave without a word. It was kind of creepy. One time, my mom took us for a walk. We lived in a 2nd-story apartment. When we left the apartment, she stopped and looked at the window to it. I tried to get her to keep walking, but she didn't want to. My mom didn't notice at first, and didn't notice when I asked the girl what she was looking at. In a very rare moment of her actually talking, she told me, "Mommy is in the window." Of course, that chilled me, and I didn't want much to do with her. When my mom came over and told us to keep up, she went ahead and started walking alongside my mom. As I looked up at the window, though, I thought I saw a woman standing behind the sheer curtain. I felt my heart jump in my chest. I ran forward and grabbed my mother's hand. After that, I began to get a little bit scared of that house. I normally didn't, but that experience was enough to be pretty terrifying. The scariest thing, though, happened at night, and if I recall, it was about a week after what we saw in the window that day. My cousin and I were pretty soundly sleeping when I heard some sort of creaking noise that woke me up from my sleep. I looked over at my cousin's bed, only to notice that she was sitting up in it. She was rocking back and forth, and that was what was making the creaking sound. She was just doing it over and over again. I called out to her, trying to get her attention. However, she wouldn't respond to me in any way. She just kept rocking back and forth, staring at a certain area. I turned and looked to where she was looking at, only to realize that it was the bedroom closet door, and the door was wide open. We always kept the door closed when we were sleeping. I asked my cousin if she saw her mom in the closet again, remembering what she'd told me about last week. At first, she didn't respond, but when I asked her again, she turned and looked at me. "That's not my mommy in the closet," she told me. I looked back to the closet and saw the shadow of a person standing inside. I screamed for my mom at the top of my lungs. My mom rushed into the room and immediately turned on the lights. She saw that both of us girls were terrified and asked what was going on. I told her someone was hiding in our bedroom closet. My mom went in and searched, but somehow she didn't find anything. Both of us assured her that we'd really seen it though. My mom took us both into her room and let us sleep with her that night. Although we didn't sleep great, it was the only way either of us could have gotten any sleep at all. My cousin stayed with us for about another 3 months. After that, a paternal aunt asked my mom if she could take custody of the young girl. My mom was okay with that, mostly because the aunt was very wealthy and she thought she could provide a better life for her. I didn't see that cousin ever again. After she left, I didn't see any figures in the window either, or in that closet ever again. I went back to sleeping comfortably in my own room. I'm a 21-year-old guy, and I've been in a relationship with my 21-year-old girlfriend Lisa for a couple of years now. Safe to say, we've both gotten pretty comfortable with each other, which meant we went out to eat a lot and skipped the gym somewhat. Within the past year, we didn't gain much weight, but we both did lose a lot of muscle. And at the time of this incident, we both decided we wanted to get back into the gym and have a healthier lifestyle together. We figured we could make it something like our New Year's resolution. I never really did resolutions in the new year, but my girlfriend was very adamant, and I'd do whatever it took to make her happy. She had started getting really serious about this, making meal plans, doing research for different workouts we could do together. I thought it was really great we were going to do this. I was super optimistic about it, and the last thing I would have thought would happen to us, well, it did happen. When January 1st rolled around, we spent the day researching different gyms near us and the classes they offered to try and narrow down which one we wanted to try out. It was a little bit difficult because we both wanted very specific things and not all were offered at the same gym. Me being the kind of guy that will always try to please his girlfriend though, I just told her we could go to the one that offered what she wanted and I'd be willing to try something new. It was actually just around the corner from our house. We lived there for a few years, and within that time, we'd had no issues. We actually ended up liking it a lot. On January 2nd, we went to that gym and signed up for their 3-month plan. We didn't want to risk signing up for a year if we didn't like it. That day, we did a short workout together to kind of get us into the swing of things and get familiar with all the equipment. It went pretty great. The next few days, we did some classes and got to know the different instructors and even started making a few new friends. It was turning out to be exactly what we needed. Fast forward a couple of weeks. We had gone down to the gym like we always did, only this time we decided to go on a Friday, which was quite unusual for us. Lisa usually worked Fridays, and I didn't like to go without her, so I stayed home. This week she had the Friday off though, so we happened to have time to go. We didn't realize, but Fridays are their weightlifting class days. When we walked in there were all these huge bodybuilder type guys strutting around the gym. Lisa and I both commented to each other that it made us feel a little out of place. Nevertheless, we started our own workout for the day and tried to ignore these huge muscle men all around us. I'd say about 30 minutes into our workout, I noticed one of the bigger guys staring at Lisa, and I mean just unashamedly staring right at her. He even looked at me noticing and smirked, like he knew I could see what he was doing, but he didn't seem to care. That's when he walked right up to us. He walked right past me and stood in front of Lisa. "Hey honey, want a real man to show you how to tighten up that little body of yours?" Lisa looked at me. Of course, she was uncomfortable by this comment. I was worried for both of us at this point. Clearly, this guy didn't respect anybody, and he was quite huge. If he tried to fight me, he could probably pop my head like a grape. Dude, she's with me. Can you leave us alone?" I tried to talk as calmly as I could, but I knew I came off as more nervous than anything. "Hey, would you let the lady speak? I think I know what she wants." He didn't even look at me when he said that. He just stared down at Lisa. When I looked back toward her, she was now staring directly at me, with water beginning to pool in her eyes. Lisa was not one for confrontation. She really didn't like attention at all. I tried one more time to get this guy to leave us alone. I grabbed Lisa by the arm and lifted her off the yoga mat she was sitting on. We took steps away from the man, and in the most serious tone I could muster, I said, "Leave us alone already. She isn't interested. You're being hella rude, dude. Just go back to discussing doping with your buddies or something. Clearly, that's what you're really interested in." Now, I will say that probably wasn't the smartest thing to say to a man clearly abusing steroids. I should have known making him angry would cause a further problem. His testosterone levels must be through the roof for him to do what he did. He started walking away, and I thought that would be the end of it. I turned towards Lisa and told her we should get going and would come back another day. Only she didn't answer me. Her eyes went wide, and she told me to look out. Next thing I knew, a dumbbell came flying right past my head and shattered the mirror in front of me. I turned around quickly and saw the same guy picking up another dumbbell to hit me with, getting ready to throw it, before his friends all tackled him. Lisa and I quickly picked up our things and ran towards the office to tell the manager what had happened and have them phone the police. When the police got there, they arrested the man, who was subsequently banned from the gym. We decided to press charges, but were informed we probably wouldn't hear anything about the case for a couple of weeks while it was being processed. And they were right. For the next couple of weeks, we heard nothing about the man. We did ask the police department, though, to let us know if he was released. We didn't really think he was going to do anything, having calmed down since, but we still wanted to be as cautious as possible just in case. Lo and behold, 3 weeks after the incident, we got a call that he was out, and it freaked us out a little. We figured we would never run into him again, though. Where we lived was a big city, and we didn't really go out much anyways. We continued going to the gym as usual, and nothing like that happened again. We were beginning to feel comfortable once more, or so I thought. A few days passed since the man had been let out, and we had just gone to bed for the night. We were meticulous about closing all our doors and windows and locking everything up. We were actually both pretty paranoid about someone breaking in, since our neighbors had been robbed a few months back. Around 2 a.m., I was woken up by Lisa frantically shaking me, telling me someone was in the house. There's not many things that can make you wake up that fast, but that's definitely one of them. I leaped out of bed and grabbed the bat I kept underneath. I walked toward the bedroom door and opened it just a crack to see out. Man, let me tell you, I was absolutely shocked to see, you guessed it, Roid Head standing in my living room. I shut the door while making as little noise as I could and locked it up. I whispered to Lisa to call the police and tell them someone was in our home. She started freaking out on me, and I had to try to calm her down so he wouldn't hear us. I opened the window that led from our bedroom into the side yard and instructed Lisa to climb outside. After she did, I got out next and made sure to close the window behind us, just in case he managed to get into the bedroom. I didn't want him to know where we'd gone. Lisa called the police and told them what was going on, and they told us to go to a neighbor's house and wait for officers to arrive. Just as we opened the side gate to exit the backyard, I heard a loud crash coming from inside. When we looked back to the bedroom, the man had barreled his way through the door and into the room and started searching for us. Lisa and I rushed out of the yard and banged on our neighbor's door till they let us in. The police were there in 15 minutes, and we watched through our neighbor's window as they escorted the man out of our house in handcuffs. They ended up telling us they found rope, duct tape, and zip ties in the back of his car, along with a gun and a couple of knives. He eventually confessed that he found our names from us pressing charges against him, since that's public record or something, I guess. Knowing our names made it easy for him to find our address online. The police obviously had enough evidence to charge him with home invasion and attempted abduction. His bail was set so high he couldn't possibly afford it, which we really appreciated. He got 5 years in prison, which to us seemed pretty fair, I guess. We moved out of that house and into a different one closer to Lisa's parents, just to be sure he wouldn't be able to find us whenever he did end up getting out of prison. He never really said why he broke into our home or what he was going to do to us that night, but good God, am I glad I never had to find out. I used to work at a 7-Eleven here in the United States, and the scariest thing that ever happened to me there was also the single most terrifying thing that's ever happened in my entire life. It happened on a particularly quiet night. I was still kind of hungover from going out drinking the night before, and because of that, I wasn't even really paying attention when this one guy entered the store. I heard the door sliding open. I vaguely heard his footsteps as he walked up to the counter, and then, right as I was about to lift my head up and ask the man what he wanted, he slammed something down on the counter in front of me. I remember the very first thing I noticed being the sudden red splatter on my t-shirt, which was plain white. The moment his hand impacted the counter, all these little red specks appeared on my shirt. I already recoiled from the shock of having his hand slammed down in front of me, but when I saw what he'd just slammed down next to the register, I recoiled even further. It was a tongue, like an actual tongue. Even though it was soaked in blood, I could recognize the deep ridge running down the middle of it. It sounds like such a cliché when I think about it now, but now I understand what people mean when they say they were frozen in fear. The whole thing was an assault on my senses. I think it just short-circuited my fight-or-flight mechanism to the point where I couldn't figure out what to do. The look in the guy's eyes as he stared at me was so calm but intense. His eyes were so wide and unblinking, it was like he didn't have eyelids at all. It was only when he spoke that I actually found the will to move. All he said to me was, "Call 911. I bolted into the back office, locked the door behind me, and immediately called the cops. All the while, I watched the guy on the cameras, just standing there at the register. He didn't move at all. He seemed to be looking down, staring at the mess he'd just left on my counter. Given the gruesome nature of my emergency, there was a police patrol car and 2 cops pulling up outside in just a matter of moments. The guy didn't put up any kind of fight when they moved to arrest him. He just held his wrists and allowed them to put the handcuffs on him, then let the cops take him away. Once he was safely out of the store, I walked out of the office, trying not to look at what was still on the counter. Then I told the cops everything that happened. Obviously, it wasn't all that much, but as I was talking to them, I noticed more and more police surrounding a car in the parking lot that still had the door open. I called the store manager for the McDonald's across the street, telling them the cops had to close the store because it was an active crime scene. They rushed down to see me and find out what was going on, even though it was their day off. After telling them what happened, I went home to decompress. From what I heard after, the guy had gotten into an argument with his wife while driving somewhere. At some point, he just kinda snapped, pulled up into a parking lot, stabbed her to death, and then cut her tongue out. For some reason, he picked our 7-Eleven to walk into to slam the tongue he just cut out of her mouth down onto our countertop. As you might imagine, I was allowed to take a little bit of time off of work after that whole thing, as I just couldn't face going back there so soon. Even when I did go back, I was on edge the whole time for my first couple of shifts. I just couldn't seem to shake the image of that bloody tongue lying on the countertop in front of me. The thing I can't seem to shake either is that it wasn't enough for the guy to just stab and kill his own wife. He had to reach into her mouth afterwards and cut out her tongue. How completely insane with fury does someone have to be to do something like that? Like, what could possibly possess someone to do something so horrifying to someone they love? The guy didn't look like a monster either. He didn't look evil or deranged. All that gave away his distressed mental state was that crazy look in his eyes, the one that had frozen me in fear. It just haunts me, seeing seemingly normal people are capable of things like that. I used to work at a 7-Eleven that was right next to an art school campus. In addition to all the snacks and drinks, we had a little stationery section and kept some stuff behind the counter too. One of the things we kept behind the counter were scissors, the kind that are sealed in a plastic casing. So one day, this customer walks up to the counter with a Gatorade, and asks if he can have a pair of scissors too. Of course, I grabbed a pair for him. I scanned them and told him the price of both of his items. Instead of getting his wallet out though, he immediately started removing the plastic packaging from the scissors. I didn't think it too suspicious at first. I figured he needed them for some kind of minor emergency or something, and that he'd pay for them after cutting whatever it was that needed to be cut. Instead, once they were out of the packaging, he gripped the handle like they were a knife or something and looked me right in the eyes. I could just kill you with these right now, you know that? I was so stunned I didn't know what to say. I know he must have enjoyed the fearful look on my face because of the way he started smiling. All I could do was reach for my phone in my pocket and start to dial 911. I had no real way of defending myself, and I was hoping the cops would arrive before he actually killed me. Just as I tapped the numbers out, I looked up to see him walking away from the counter, laughing to himself as he walked out of the store. I stayed on the line with 911 for a while, shaking as I told them what just happened. When the cops showed up a little while later, and they took their time since it wasn't an ongoing situation, an officer reviewed the security camera footage. It turns out the guy had been doing the same thing all over town, picking out girls working retail on their own before shoplifting random items like that. He had the same MMO every single time too. He would always get away with it by telling the girl he could kill them with whatever he was stealing, be it a knife or scissors or hedge clippers. He never actually hurt someone yet, but the cops were extra focused on getting him in cuffs because it felt like it was only a matter of time before he actually crossed the line and did hurt someone. Even though he took his time to show up, the cop was really helpful and reassuring. He gave me his cell number to call him directly the next time the man walked into the store. It must have been pretty serious because the guy actually had a real detective assigned to his case. Although I didn't hear about it afterwards, I sincerely hope the guy never crossed that line and actually hurt a girl with any of the items he ended up stealing. More than a decade ago, on one of the hottest days of the year, I was taking my kids down to the 7-Eleven near our apartment block to grab some big gulps. Just as we were walking past a public park right near a tree line, this completely normal, well-dressed looking couple emerged from the trees and started walking right towards us. I actually couldn't believe it when the guy suddenly told him to give him my wallet and anything else in my pockets. I really thought it was like a dumb joke of some kind. They looked so well-dressed they should have been in the office working or something. I actually let out this nervous laughter, then asked if they were serious. The guy answered my question by pulling out what looked like a fishing knife from his jacket pocket. When he opened it and pointed it at me, I shoved my daughter behind me to protect her as best I could. Then, just as I was going to do the same for my son, The woman grabbed his other arm and began pulling him towards her. I honestly felt like my heart was about to explode with fear. There's no other way of describing it. I suddenly just lost all sense of self-preservation as I leapt forward to attack this well-to-do looking woman who just grabbed my boy. The next thing I knew, I felt what I could only describe as a cold punch under the ribs of my left side. I looked down to see the guy had buried his fishing knife in my stomach. What came next felt like a little bit of divine intervention, honestly. 2 joggers had spotted what was going on and came over to intervene. This scared off at least one of the unassuming muggers. As I turned to check on my kids, though, I felt my legs fall out from underneath me and I hit the ground hard. I remember hearing someone screaming and thinking it was my daughter. When I looked, the woman who had grabbed my son was on the ground though, crying and wailing with blood pouring from her mouth. Honestly, I didn't remember hitting her, but she seemed pretty adamant that I did. She was actually trying to make it out like she was the victim of the whole situation. Maybe trying to avoid getting arrested when the cops finally showed up. The police that patrolled that park showed up not long after. The cops actually started asking the woman what happened, like if we were a couple or something. My kids had to tell them that she was the partner of the guy that had stabbed me. This definitely threw the joggers off too, because they must have assumed that was the case as well. The whole time, I just kept begging someone to call the ambulance. I was pretty sure I was bleeding to death. I got taken to the hospital, and to my complete disbelief, I was questioned about the whole thing as though I was a suspect. I had no idea what this was about until a while after. It looked more and more likely I was going to be charged with battery for the woman, since it turned out she was actually from a decently well-off family and gotten into some vicious cycle of addiction with some trust fund junkie she'd met in the city. Her family actually tried to sue me when the charges didn't stick, but it was thrown out and she was sentenced for attempted kidnapping not long after. As for me, I had a tube in my chest for 2 weeks after surgery to remove the knife, but thankfully I made a full recovery. Honestly, when I look back on it, I'm just glad my kids didn't get hurt in any way, and I still run through all the horrific scenarios in my head where we didn't walk away from that situation relatively unscathed. I work at a 7-Eleven part-time in between classes. Earlier this year, we got a little rush of customers in the early afternoon one time. I served 2 guys for coffee and smokes, and at the back of the line, there was this tiny kid, no older than maybe 11 or 12, just waiting there patiently with a backpack in his hand. Honestly, I thought they looked kind of cute, like a little gentleman doing some grocery shopping for his mom or something. When he got to the front of the line, I asked him, "What can I help you with, sir?" in a kind of joking, playful way. Without a hint of emotion on his face, he reached into his backpack and suddenly pulled out a gun. "Give me all the money." When he pointed it at me, I wasn't sure if it was real or not. Where the hell would a 12-year-old kid get their hands on a loaded gun like that? It's not like the 7-Eleven I work at is in a high-crime area either. It's actually located in a pretty nice place, and although I've heard 1 or 2 stories from coworkers about some trouble at the store, nothing had ever happened like this. There was one other guy in the store at the time. I looked over at him to see him kind of smiling at the kid, smiling and frowning, like he was amused but disapproved of this kid playing a dumb childish prank. I don't know about guns, but I figured this guy must have, so I tried calling the kid's bluff. "You shouldn't point toys like that, sweetheart. Cops might think it's real or something." The kid then responded by cocking the gun. There was a real metallic sound that sent a shock of fear running through me. I knew no toy guns made that kind of sound. As if to illustrate he wasn't joking around, the kid pointed the gun in the air and fired a shot that went right past my head. After my ears got done ringing and I came to, I heard once again, "Give me all the money," in the same monotone, emotionless way. I didn't hesitate in doing what he asked. I put as much cash as I could onto the countertop, then watched him fill his backpack with it before he walked out of the store. I think the thing that scared me so much about this, though, was that the kid didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. He definitely seemed like he had something missing about him, like he didn't understand he could have actually killed someone over whatever dumb thing he wanted to buy with that money, be it video games or candy or whatever it was. At least a grown-up armed robber understands a gun is a means of getting what they want, and it's not a good idea to just fire it whenever, just in case they accidentally shoot someone in the face at the very least. I get the feeling, though, that if I'd even tried to resist or tell the kid no at all, he'd just shoot me in the face because it's what he assumed he should do. It's almost surreal to me now. The closest I'd ever come to death is at the hands of a small child, someone who should have been so innocent and carefree and full of love, but instead felt nothing. I had a guy come into the 7-Eleven I was working at, and when I was ringing up the items he wanted, he started getting all fresh with me, saying stuff like, "You're real pretty," and "What time do you finish work?" I lied to him and told him I was on till 11, even though I was finishing at 6, which was only about an hour away. He said he'd come back then, and we could go out for a beer or something. I advised him not to, since my boyfriend would be coming to pick me up around then, and he wouldn't like the idea of some random guy hitting on me. That didn't seem to bother this man too much, though, as he made some dumb comment about how he'd make my boyfriend see things his way or something. I just nodded and ignored him. I could see him getting kind of angry before he walked out of the store. It didn't bother me too much, though, as he was only going to come back to the store later to find out I wasn't even there. By that time, I'd be safe at home and away from this creepy pervert. At 6, when my shift finished, I walked outside with my purse, only to see a car door open about 20 or 30 feet away. I swear, I felt my stomach tie into knots when I saw that same man step outside. I did a straight 180-degree turn on my heels and started walking back into the store. I went right behind the counter, into the manager's office, after telling my coworker, "Just say I'm on break, okay?" He seemed real confused for a second, but as I shut the door and listened right at the edge of it, it was only 30 or so seconds at the most before I heard him say, "Oh, her? She's just on break. I'm sure she'll be on in a minute." Normally, I'd take the bus home, but that night I knew I'd have to get an Uber if I wanted to make it home at all without being seriously harmed. I called the Uber and waited for it to arrive. Then I tried to rush out as fast as I could. I didn't see the guy in the store anymore. I asked my coworker real quick as I was leaving, "Is that guy waiting for me?" He shook his head, still confused but now getting the gist of what was actually happening. They asked if I wanted them to call the cops, and shook my head, just gunning for my Uber. As I pushed open the glass door, I couldn't see the guy anywhere in the lot. I was so set on getting outside that I didn't look left or right as I walked out of the 7-Eleven. I had no warning because of this when the guy grabbed my arm from behind and jerked me backward. He looked really, really angry, and he growled at me. "You lied to me." He then called me a bunch of names as I tried pulling away from him. Luckily, my Uber driver saw absolutely everything. He jumped out of his car. "Hey, let her go right now or I'll call the cops." He did let me go. He smiled at the Uber driver as he told me, "This isn't over. I don't like being lied to." I wish that was just bluster, like he was trying to act hard to save a little face, but it was not. For the next 3 months, he made my life a living hell. He kept on waiting outside of the 7-Eleven to the point where I had to blow a ton of my wages on Ubers to and from work. Then there was the time he actually tried to follow me home. I had to tell the Uber driver what was happening so he could drive into the city just to shake the guy's tail. I tipped that guy massively, even though he initially refused to even accept payment for the ride. He insisted on canceling until I burst into tears and begged him to take the money and my tip. I couldn't make this someone else's problem. I couldn't have that on my mind, as well as all this other stuff. I actually developed something of a relationship with that one specific Uber driver. He became like a father figure to me, who always accepted my ride requests whenever he was working and made sure no one tried to follow me home. He was also the guy that told me I needed to get the cops involved. He thought this guy was really going to hurt me. He knew people with the same mentality, and they only ever gave up when the law got involved. I didn't even know why I was surprised when I found out the guy had a previous conviction for stalking. He seemed to know the legal process like the back of his hand. He knew the process of getting a restraining order through the courts could take weeks at minimum. He'd come visit me at the 7-Eleven just to taunt me sometimes, and only leave once I threatened to call the cops on him. That was just about the only thing that really seemed to get to him too. The fact that he'd been arrested and convicted over something like that before. I wanted to tell him that he was pathetic, that he'd never have a good normal woman all to himself. He'd always be some kind of deranged psycho who got off on terrorizing those who couldn't defend themselves, but I didn't. In fact, I was told by one of the cops I spoke to not to antagonize him under any circumstances. We don't know how far he'll push this if you make him angry. If it's possible, don't engage with him whatsoever. Like I said, that was my life for a whole 3 months. Until the day finally came when my mom got the call from our family's attorney saying a judge had finally approved the restraining order. For those wondering, it took so long because this guy had no history of actual violence, and the whole grabbing incident wasn't classed as an assault for whatever reason. The day it finally came, though, he must have gotten some kind of notification because he just stopped showing up altogether. Seeing him waiting outside whenever I finished was such a regular occurrence that when he finally didn't show up, I actually cried with relief. I told Carl, the Uber driver, that I thought I was finally free. We had a kind of celebration on that final drive back to my house. He still picks me up from time to time too, when I've been out drinking with my friends or for whatever. It's awesome to be reunited with him after such a sickening ordeal. I suppose half the reason I'm sharing this is to help other girls avoid going through the same thing I did. Don't hesitate to get the cops involved with something like a stalking issue. There are literally laws in place to help deal with things like that. But the big thing is don't ever show a soft side or seem like you're playing hard to get. If a guy shows you any unwanted attention, make it clear you'll just call the cops right away. Heck, carry a stun gun or pepper spray if you're legally able to, just to show that son of a bitch you're carrying so they leave you alone. I just don't want anyone else to go through what I went through, because honestly, I lost 4 months of my life to this guy's abuse. I used to have a job that was several miles away from my home. For the most part, I would ride my bike to work. It wasn't the best way of getting there because there weren't a lot of sidewalks or areas for it, but it sure as hell beat walking all the way there. About 6 years ago, I was working the closing shift. The sky had been looking rather foreboding all day long. This was my first winter working this particular job, and I hadn't thought much about how I'd get home if there was ever a snowstorm. I definitely could not ride my bike home in the snow, so I kept on hoping that oncoming snow would just wait until I got home before slamming down on us. Instead, though, it began snowing about 5 hours before my shift was over. I remember I even considered asking if I could go home early because of this, but I didn't in the end. Instead, I watched the snow fall down and kept hoping it would either stop or it wouldn't pile up so much that I couldn't get home. Of course, the snow does not listen to the whims of humans, though. About an hour before my shift was over, there was over a foot of snow on the ground already. The trucks hadn't gotten around to doing much work on it either. I knew there would be no way I would be able to ride my bike home now. Like I said, it was a few miles from my store to my apartment. I knew I would have to walk the entire way, and it would take a lot longer than a regular walk too. I'd be trudging through the snow ankle deep. It was going to be a miserable experience. I'd have to leave my bike at the store too. It's not like I could carry it there the entire way with me. Once I was out and on my way, it was even worse than I'd thought though. The wind was blowing hard, and the snow was smacking me right in the face. It was really stinging actually, and making me constantly have to close my eyes to even go forward. I tried to tell myself that I'd be happy when I got home at least, making myself a cup of hot chocolate and some tasty soup, turning up the heat and just relaxing at home. There weren't that many cars that went by, but one actually stopped and pulled up close to me. The man rolled down his window and asked me if I needed a ride. Although I wasn't really into hitchhiking, I was ecstatic at the thought of not having to walk all the way there. Of course, I accepted and jumped into the car, thanking the man over and over. This enthusiasm didn't last long, though. The man asked me where I was going, and I told him where my apartment building was situated. He started driving, and he seemed to be thinking really hard about something. Then he said the weirdest thing. "Well, that's a bit out of my way. How about you come and spend the night at my place instead?" The question surprised me. I wasn't about to do that, surely. Not to mention, my place was only 3 miles down the road. I was creeped out instantly, so I declined and inched away from the man. He seemed very perturbed, and I insisted on continuing to my apartment. It was only a few minutes away. I even offered to give him a few dollars for gas. He refused to give up, though. He kept on talking about his house and said I would be able to get a really good rest there. Even said that he had a full liquor cabinet and that I could have whatever I wanted from it. I countered by saying I didn't drink and I couldn't sleep anywhere that was not my own bed. I told him to either take me to my apartment right now or let me out so I could just walk home. The man then just kind of exploded. He got furious, started yelling and smacking all over the car, saying he should just take me all the way back to my store and make me walk back from there while he watched. How dare I accuse him of having ulterior motives? Of course, I hadn't done that in the first place. I was freaked out now, though, and I surely knew he had ulterior motives. I pressed myself up against the door of the car, and that's when his anger definitely got the better of him. He slowed down. He said he was going to take me away further from my home and drop me off in the middle of the woods by myself. He pulled into the parking lot of a store in order to turn around. Luckily for me, while he was turning, he slowed down just enough I figured I could leap out of the car, and I did. I leapt out into a bank of snow and tried to run. I'd left his door open, but I was slipping on the ice. I managed to catch my feet, and pretty quickly the man started screaming at me and tried to drive after me with his door still open. I ran up to the nearby store. It was closed, but there were still workers inside. I slammed on the doors and begged someone to let me in. I was scared of the man outside. The workers rushed over and let me inside. The man drove off soon after. They offered to call the police for me, but I declined. One of the workers was even nice enough to give me a ride home for free, so I still got to have my soup and hot chocolate in the end. But I don't think I'll ever be hitchhiking again. When I was growing up, I had a really good friend named Carl. Carl and I met in kindergarten, and we hit it off pretty much immediately. Pretty soon, we were doing everything together. When we were old enough to begin having sleepovers, we would spend every other weekend at each other's house and stay up late watching movies and playing video games. Mostly, we watched television together. This happened a long time ago. I'll never forget one particular night he spent over at my house, though. I think I was about 12 years old. This happened a few weeks after Christmas, and this was on a Friday night. On the way home from school, we could tell it would be an interesting night. The sky had been completely overcast all day, and it wasn't just overcast. The clouds were extremely dark, as if they seemed to be bearing down on the world. The wind was blowing very fiercely. We could tell there was one hell of a storm on its way. So this night, Carl came over to my house to spend the night. We did all sorts of the typical stuff. Sloppy Joes for dinner, watched some movies. My parents went to bed pretty early, which was quite typical for them. Carl and I always stayed up really late when we were together. It was shortly before Carl arrived at my house that the storm finally hit, and it didn't start off slowly either. The snow immediately began impacting the earth quite hard and fast. It stuck and began building up right away. Actually, it was quite cool to look at because the snowfall was so thick it was hard to even see through. It was like watching a blanket of snow in the air. We went to my room on the second floor of the house, with my bed sitting next to the window. While we were playing Swords and Serpents, we could look outside and watch this amazing storm happening out there. It had been a few hours since my parents had gone to bed. Carl was right next to the window, sitting on my bed, while I was playing a little further away. Suddenly, though, he said, "Hey, I think there's something outside there." I really didn't believe him. We always tried to scare each other as best friends do. I just elbowed him and gave him a smirk. "No, man, I really mean it, look." I looked over him out the window. It was quite hard to see through the snow, but there was a shed in the backyard. It had a small light on its roof, and I could see the shadow of something out by that light. It seemed to be some sort of dog or something. I told him that, and he laughed, saying he knew it was a dog, but he was trying to freak me out. Carl decided he wanted to go into the backyard and check if the dog was okay. I told him that was pretty crazy because the snow had piled up pretty high already and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. He asked if he could go out and let the dog into the shed at least, seeing as how it was all alone at night in this ugly storm. I figured that at least was alright. I told him he was on his own though. I was not about to go out there in this weather. Carl put down his controller and went outside. I heard him going down the stairs and kept looking out the window, then back at the television out of the corner of my eye. I saw Carl outside moving towards the shed. I don't think he knew how hard it was going to be going over there though. I watched him very much in amusement. Yeah, he was my best friend, but who doesn't like seeing their best friend acting all silly? He walked through the yard, and I could see him a little more clearly when he made it to the shed. He began trying to pull the door open so he could let the dog in. I watched, laughing, because he hadn't noticed that it seemed the snow was making it difficult to open the door in the first place. While I was laughing at my best friend struggling though, I suddenly noticed another figure. There was a large man who had been hiding in the darkness. He quickly moved into the light of the shed and grabbed Carl. He slapped his hand over Carl's mouth and lifted him off his feet. He pulled Carl away and into the darkness. Shocked, I immediately ran to my parents' room and began slamming on the door. My dad rushed over, and I told him what just happened. He told me to call the police and went to the closet and grabbed his gun. I called the cops and watched as my dad ran off into the darkness, out into the backyard. All I could do was wait for either the police to get there or for my dad to come back with Carl. I just kept on worrying about both Carl and my dad. All of a sudden, I heard a gunshot ring out in the night and felt my insides go cold. Right before the police finally arrived, my dad returned to the house soaking wet. He had his gun, and fortunately he had Carl with him as well. When the police arrived, my dad told them he was following the kidnapper. The man was very fast and clearly about to escape, so he fired a shot to let the guy know he was armed. That was when the man cut his losses and dropped Carl into a bank of snow. Fortunately, my best friend was okay for the most part. Neither he nor my dad ever got a good look at the guy, so he was never caught in the end. That was really hard on Carl, but he did eventually get over it. We went back to trying to beat Swords and Serpents. Little did we know back then that there was a bug in the game, and it was actually impossible to beat. Surely a story to tell for a long time. I used to build a snowman every year when I was a kid. It was always fun taking a small snowball, then rolling it into such a huge one. Hell, when I was done with most of my snowmen, they ended up being even bigger than I was at age 13. I recall being excited one particular night when the snow began to fall quite heavily. This excitement only escalated when I heard that school was going to be canceled the following day. This meant there was even more snowfall to be expected, and that meant I'd be able to build a killer snowman. The next day, I remember having hot cocoa and watching the snow falling from the living room window, knowing I would be having the time of my life. The following morning, yes, I was a dork and got up really early in the morning, got dressed, and ran out into the snow. I immediately sank down to my knees, but I didn't even care. I got right to work. When I was done with my snowman, I put my scarf on it and admired it. Then went inside to get a snack. While I was eating though, I noticed a guy I knew from school named Phil coming down my street. I felt a little bit alarmed because Phil was a bully from school. I watched him as he walked by. He noticed my snowman right on the edge of the yard at the sidewalk. He yanked the scarf and the hat off the snowman and started trying to reshape its head. I got up and ran outside. I screamed at him to stop it. The guy rolled up a snowball and threw it at me. It was hard and full of ice and smacked me right in the eye. My mom saw what was happening and ran outside, told Phil to get away from our yard. He gave my mom the finger and called her an old bitch. He invited her to make him get out of the yard. My mom told him, "Fine, I'll just call your mother." Then she did. Phil's mom was pissed off and promised my mom she would take care of it in the future. Phil would surely be grounded for a very long time. Satisfied, I went out and started to repair my snowman. I let myself forget all about Phil because I figured I was not going to be seeing him for quite a while. I was wrong though. The next day at school, he immediately started tormenting me, blaming me for him getting chewed out by his mom. He tried to start a fight with me, knocked me down and jumped on top of me. The principal came and broke up that fight luckily. He got suspended for a week. I figured on top of everything that had already happened, he would be in even more trouble with his mom. That night, I went to bed feeling very secure and happy, knowing this jerk would be in trouble for a long time. I woke up the next morning and immediately looked out my window at my snowman. I was terrified to see it had been vandalized overnight. Its head had been ripped off, and sitting on the ground was a large kitchen knife that had been inserted into it. The snowman was covered with blood, and written in the snow on the ground very carefully was, "You're next." Naturally, my mom saw this as well and got in contact with Phil's mom again. She said he'd actually disappeared the previous night, and she'd called the police because he never came home. I didn't see Phil ever again after, so I have no idea what happened to him. I thought he must have run off, but not knowing where he was made my life a lot worse, because I had no idea when he might decide to show up and take revenge on me, nor what he might do to me when he did. I remember my first job as a teenager. I was 16 years old and got myself a job in town. I was working in the used video game store. I got the job in the first place because I was trying to save up money to buy my first car. Obviously, this meant I had to walk to and from work every day. This happened in the late fall, so it got dark pretty early in the day. The store usually stayed open until 10 p.m., and I worked the closing shift. It wasn't too hard to get the store closed down and then get out the door very promptly. Usually, I would be out on my way around 10:30 or so. On this night, I noticed that when I left the store, it was unusually warm for this time of year. As I locked up the door, I soon discovered why. Right as I was doing so, lightning lit up the entire area. There was a storm on its way. In addition to the lightning, there was some very strong wind. Strong enough to almost blow me over more than once. It was inconvenient for walking, but actually, I kind of liked the atmospheric nature of this storm. I grew up in one of those really small towns that was pretty much all closed up by 9 p.m. This meant that by the time I was on my way, I truly felt very alone. To get to my house, I had to walk through town, then take a turn into an old neighborhood. There weren't many houses there. Most of them had been torn down long before I was even born. There was a large wooded area on the left side of the street. There were no street lamps either, so it was very, very dark in the woods. I have to admit that several times I was very nervous as I was walking by that area. The stormy night obviously didn't make it any better. It hadn't started raining yet, but I had just been witness to an amazing lightning show while walking home. The wind was so loud and hard too, it had to be blowing over 20 miles per hour. Despite the loud blowing of the wind though, I could have sworn at one point I began to hear someone walking in the wooded area alongside me. Now that was very scary. I wasn't one to really be scared of much usually. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, but that was hardly comforting. Even if it was an animal, it seemed to be very intent on following me along the street. You know how you convince yourself there's something happening, even if it really isn't, and when you do this, you become very preoccupied with the thought of it. Then it snowballs into a nerve-wracking episode. Well, that's exactly what was happening to me. I knew it was, too. I kept on glancing over at the woods, but finally, my fears were realized when one of those area-brightening bolts of lightning lit up the entire woods. In that moment, I saw a man standing half-hidden behind one of the trees, holding what looked like a baseball bat. It was a quick flash of light. All that I saw was an outline after the lightning crack. Somehow, it seemed it was even darker than it was before it. I felt a twinge of pain in my eyes and had to squint when the thunder stopped rolling. I then distinctly heard the sounds of footsteps on the pavement in the dark. I felt freaked out. Anyone would have. I ran down the street at top speed. The entire time, I could hear the footsteps of the man coming after me. That just spurred me on to run faster. I sprinted down onto my street and was delighted to see the living room light on my house was on. That meant someone was up still. I ran to the house and grabbed the doorknob. I was fully expecting to be grabbed from behind when I held it. However, I was able to get into the house and close and lock the door behind me before anything happened. My little brother was sitting there on the couch, and I told him to call the police right away. I looked out the door window, and at first I didn't see anything. There was another bolt of lightning though, and I could see the shadow of the man standing in the middle of the street just in front of my house, looking inside. By the time the next flash of lightning shot down, he was already gone. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. I figure though he couldn't have been after me specifically. He was probably after anyone who happened to be walking along that street in the dark, but it really scared me half to death that night. I went to college in a historic mid-sized city in Florida, and at the time lived in a duplex downtown, maybe about 3 blocks from campus or so. The city is known to be pretty safe, and I lived in a pretty decent area with large historic homes near me. It took place about 3 years ago. A little backstory that will become relevant. The duplex I lived in had a front door that locked, and then both the upstairs and downstairs units had their own locking door as well. I lived downstairs and had 2 roommates, but this specific night only one of my roommates was home. We knew the girls that lived upstairs, but really only spoke to them in passing. When they moved in, we emphasized how important it was to us for them to keep the main front door locked at all times. They always made sure to do a really good job of doing so. So, me and my roommate are in for the night, knowing the front door is locked and smoking a few joints. At some point, we hear a knock at the front door and quickly realize the girls upstairs must have ordered a pizza. Later on, we came to find that they'd forgotten to lock the front door again after receiving that pizza. So, we finally go to sleep in our own rooms. Since I had a queen bed, I would often sleep with my phone and laptop right next to me in my bed. A couple of hours after I'd initially fallen asleep, I was suddenly woken up by something I didn't recognize at first. As I came to of it, I came to realize there was a man standing over my bed. As soon as I realized I was not dreaming, I noticed he was quickly moving my phone and computer off of my bed and moving my comforter as well, trying to climb in. I started asking the man who he was, what he's doing here. I was extremely confused and still groggy. I was also still slightly high from before I'd gone to sleep. The only thing he said to me, multiple times, was that he was just trying to get into bed. At this point, I began to panic, as my mind obviously went right to the worst. I was hoping that maybe my roommate had invited some random Tinder guy over and he'd simply gone to the wrong room. But the more I tried to question him, all he had to say was that he was going to get into bed with me. I did own pepper spray and a stun gun, but I had left them on a shelf that the man was right in front of, so there was no way I would be able to grab them without escalating the situation. Realizing I needed to do something quickly, I blurted out, "There are 5 people who live in this house, and if you don't get the fuck out right now, I will scream. They'll be here in seconds." Luckily, that was all it took to scare the man off. I don't know if he brought something with him or if he stole something from me, but I did see him grab at something in the dark and run out of my room. As soon as he left, I shut the door and locked it, and tried to find my phone. I couldn't find it anywhere. Then I quickly realized that between my room and the front door was the room of my friend that was still home. As scared as I was in that moment, I was even more terrified that maybe the man had gone into her room. I grabbed my stun gun and my knife, counted to 3, and ripped open the door. I burst into my roommate's room, only to find her fast asleep. There was no evidence of the man still being around. I quickly woke her up and told her what happened, and she asked me if I was sure I wasn't dreaming. I even began to question myself until I walked out of her room and saw our front door wide open. I went to my room to search for my phone and finally found it, hidden under a pile of clothes across the room from where I'd left it earlier. That sent a chill up my spine, as I immediately knew for a fact someone had been in my house and room while I was sleeping, at least long enough to take and hide my phone. That only worsened my suspicions of his intentions. I ran back to my roommate's room, who at this point believed me. We barricaded ourselves in and called 911. Within minutes, there were cars swarming our street and yard, and they yelled for us to quickly leave the residence and run towards them. At least a dozen officers came rushing in and searched every inch of our apartment. We woke up the girls upstairs and searched their apartment as well to ensure the man had well and truly left. The officers had me write a statement, and I gave them a description of the man. To this day, I've never heard a single thing about the case. I just feel incredibly lucky with the outcome of the situation. The thought of his intentions terrifies me though, and additionally, the fact he was never caught scares me. I would hate for anyone to have to go through the pure fear I did. I will add there was a chance he might have been on drugs or mentally ill, and perhaps had no bad intentions. However, because he was never caught, I'll never be able to know. With the fact that he tried to hide my phone, I can only assume the worst. So I'm a pizza delivery girl. Easy enough. I was at work around 9:30 p.m. when this guy called in using a very whispery, breathy voice. I did my usual. "Thank you for calling Pizza Hut. This is Karen. How are you doing tonight?" After the usual exchange of small talk, I found out he was ordering for delivery. He was a new customer, so I had to put in all of his information fresh. I didn't notice anything weird initially. He told me he had a coupon for a pizza and asked if I could give him the discount. I told him I had to grab my manager so we could take care of that for him. He asked for me specifically to take care of him after I came back from dealing with my boss. I discounted him for his coupon and he thanked me. Here's where it started to get weird. He stopped me mid-sentence and told me I had a very nice-sounding tone of voice and he just loved to hear me talk. "You should be a disc jockey," he said. I was a little bit weirded out, but I tried to stay professional. I told him that was very sweet of him, and I would consider it in the future. "I'd listen to your radio station. Thank you for taking my order tonight. I'll stop by your store and see you sometime soon, Karen." I wish I could say that was the end of it, but that isn't true. I noted that this man lived in an apartment complex. What I didn't realize is I'd taken his complex's address and not his individual apartment number. Not 5 minutes later, the man called back and my coworker Bob answered the phone. I learned after the fact that he had asked for me by my full name. I picked up the phone and did my usual greeting, and he reminded me that I'd forgotten to ask his apartment number. I changed the information for him, but before I could hang up, this was our conversation. "Hey, Karen." "Karen?" Yes, sir. How can I help you?" "Are you doing all right?" "Yeah, I'm great." "Good. I'm gonna hang up now. See you soon." Bob had heard the whole story and told my boss to have my male coworker take the call instead of me. When Bob came back, the very first thing he said to me was that the man had been asking where I was the entire time. Okay, so I get there, right, and I knock on the door, and he says in this weird voice, "Come in." I'm not about to go into this random guy's house, though, so I knocked again, and he opened the door with this big smile on his face. When he saw it was me, though, it just dropped instantly. I greeted him, and he said, "Oh, where's Karen?" I told him you weren't going to be able to make it, and he got so angry. After I took his money and gave him his food, he asked how you were. I told him you were doing all right, and he just said, "Good. Karen is a sweet girl. Tell her I'll see her soon." And the fact that he asked the driver to come inside and that he was expecting me really creeps me out. Maybe he's just a lonely guy who wants someone to talk to, but still, I'm gonna add one more creep to my list. I wanted to tell you the story of a friend of mine named Angel. Angel is 19 and was honestly one of the brightest, cleverest, and most bubbly people I've ever met. She was obsessed with true crime stuff. She loved that TV program CSI and wanted to join the police so she could get into the forensic side of investigations. She loved the idea of using science to catch horrible criminals, but we never thought she'd end up being the victim of one herself. She had everything going for her in life, but then she met her ex-boyfriend Jay, and we saw a change in her right away. Jay made everything about him, and he abused Angel physically and mentally until she made everything about him too. She was miserable with him, but kept talking like he was just a tortured soul who needed a girl like her in his life to help fix him. We had to intervene time and time again to get her to see what a scumbag he was, who'd never be good for anyone. He was only ever interested in himself. It took ages to do this, but we finally managed to convince her to leave him. She told us all in a group chat that she'd finally told him they couldn't be together anymore. We were all so proud of her, but she also said that she was terrified of something he'd do to get back at her for this. As much as we knew that her dad, Patty, would never let anything happen to her while she was under his roof, we knew that he also couldn't protect her all the time. We knew that Jay was terrified of Patty himself, as they'd almost gotten into fights a few times before. Patty was way bigger than Jay and could easily beat the life out of him if it came to it, so he always stayed away from the house, just not far enough. I remember the day we found out that Angel was in the hospital. We were all hoping it wasn't anything serious. But then we heard she'd been hurt in a very serious incident. She'd fallen out of a van that was going down the highway somehow. We all just knew Jay had something to do with it. As it turns out, Jay had recruited the help of one of his friends. They'd waited in a van near Angel's house, waiting for her to come out. When they spotted her, Jay ran out, picked her up, then carried her to the van and threw her into the back of it. We still don't know what exactly went on inside that van. He insisted in court that he hadn't just thrown her out, but whatever he was doing or saying, it had scared Angel so much that she somehow found a way to open the back doors as it was running down the highway. She must have thought her only chance of survival was jumping out the back of that van. Some people say Jay pushed her out the back as a way to kill her, but at his trial, his lawyers were somehow able to prove that he had not pushed her, and all he wanted to do was keep her inside the van. He must have admitted to wanting to kidnap or scare her into getting back with him, but I know Angel. She wouldn't have done something so drastic, without being scared for her life. What happened next made it clear to me that the justice system in this country is just completely broken, because the sentence he got was nothing of what he deserved to get. Recently, he got his sentence more than doubled after a big public campaign headed up by her parents. That's all good and everything, but it still feels like nothing, because Angel's life is basically over now. She suffered serious head trauma after falling and being pushed from the back of the van, and now doctors think she'll be potentially disabled for the rest of her life. We don't know if she's ever going to walk, talk, or eat by herself ever again. Basically a death sentence. But the sentence Jay originally was going to get? Just over 4 years. Can you even believe that? This guy kidnapped his girlfriend, might have actually thrown her out the back of a van going 60 miles per hour, basically ended her life, and he was going to get out of prison in just 4 years. That's nothing. The driver of the van basically didn't get punished at all, and he also deserves to be in prison for the rest of his life. Angel once told me about a law in America, where if someone dies while you're committing a crime, your charge automatically gets turned into murder. I personally think we should have something like that here, too. It would make people think twice about doing things like kidnapping, or drunk driving, or anything that could end up ruining someone else's life. This happened 2 years ago now, but honestly, it feels like just yesterday that we found out Angel's life was over. This story took me quite a while to write out, as I'm not much of an author myself, and it's quite painful for me to relay. Hopefully, this will help someone though, as it's something I've wanted to share for quite some time. It involves 2 days in my life that I'd always thought were very fun, but somewhat weird, and how, when I grew up and was told what really happened, they've haunted me ever since. It all started when my dad's business partner came to pick me up from school one day. I knew him as Uncle Todd, and although I wasn't expecting him, I trusted him completely when he told me that my mom and dad were busy and he would be in charge of looking after me for a few days. I remember feeling kind of reluctant to get into his car for some reason. After all, Mom and Dad hadn't told me anything about this. I didn't really want to be away from them. But then he started promising me ice cream, a Game Boy, all this fun stuff. He also told me Mom and Dad had said I could watch whatever I wanted on the TV and that I was allowed to stay up until whenever I wanted to. Music to a kid's ears, right? So I got into his car and we drove off to his apartment, stopping to get some ice cream on the way. Todd was serious about the TV thing too, as he pretty much left me in his apartment on my own for hours on end. I remember he seemed to be very stressed out about something. I always assumed it was just grown-up stuff or something like that. I didn't really care much. I had all the Nickelodeon and McDonald's I could ever want. That's how I spent the first night. It was also weird to me that Uncle Todd's apartment was so small that we both had to sleep in the same room. I still wasn't questioning anything though, because he was such a regular part of my life, and I trusted him completely. The next day, after more McDonald's and a bunch more Nickelodeon, Uncle Todd came back super stressed once again and told me to get into the bathtub. I thought he meant that I could take a bath or whatever, but that's not what he meant. He walked me over to the bathtub and made me get inside without any water in it and without taking my clothes off either. I could then hear him talking into the phone in the other room, trying to keep his voice down. I could still hear, though, how angry and stressed out he seemed to be at the person on the other end. Eventually, he went silent, put the phone down, and went to grab me out of the tub. I remember him putting me back on the bed and telling me he was going to get more McDonald's and ice cream for me. Then, as he went to walk out of the room, he picked up this pokey-looking thing in his hand, obviously to take out to his car. I remember asking him what that was, and he told me it was a thing for getting his car started on cold mornings. It hadn't even been that cold that morning or the morning before, but hey, at that age, grown-ups know best, right? Anyway, a few hours later, he drove me back to my parents' place, and they gave him a present for looking after me while they were gone. My mom and dad seemed really happy to see me, and I was really happy to see them too. They said they missed me, and I missed them a bunch as well. I didn't really think any further into it than that. It was only when I was all grown up that I was finally told what actually happened. You see, Uncle Todd and my dad really were business partners, but my dad was not exactly a good or honest person. He'd actually stolen a bunch of money from their business out from under Todd's nose, and he'd actually tried to rearrange some accounting so Todd wouldn't notice either. But Todd did notice, and he got very angry about this. He told my dad to give it back, or he was going to call the cops. My dad told him he'd already spent the money, and if he called the cops and got him thrown in jail, he was never going to get it back. Pretty scummy, I know, but my dad is generally an awful person all around, so I won't go too far into that. Either way, Todd turned out to be way more of a psycho than my dad figured, because instead of calling the cops and getting him arrested, he came up with another plan to get his money back. That's how he ended up showing at my school and convincing me to get into his car. My dad tried to give Todd all these promises that he'd pay him back and get all squared off, but Todd wouldn't believe him. He wanted his money back and he wanted it soon, so he grabbed me and let my mom and dad sweat it out for a day. He told them that if they didn't give him the money in 24 hours, he was going to kill me. Not exactly the best plan. But like I said, Todd was kinda psycho. He fed me McDonald's, gave me ice cream, and let me watch as much cable as I wanted to keep me from leaving what turned out to be the motel room. That's why, for the longest time, I thought motels were places people actually lived, and not places where people only rented a room for a few days or whatever. Then there's the whole bathtub thing. Todd put me in the bathtub that day and brought an ice pack because he was going to torture me while making my parents listen on the phone. That was what made them finally break, and they ended up selling a bunch of things and doing other shady stuff in order to get 10 grand worth of cash together in the space of a day. When they called to say that they had the money, Todd finally took me back home and grabbed the cash, which I'd thought was a gift for taking care of me, and then we never saw him again. Mom and Dad got a divorce not long after, which was sad, but a few of my friends' parents had gotten divorces too. I knew it was a thing that moms and dads occasionally did. I had no idea it was because of all the stealing and the kidnapping. It was also because Dad basically refused to go to the cops about what happened because he was too scared of going to jail himself. My mom just completely resented him after that. She also told me my dad told her if she tried to press charges against Todd, he was going to tell the cops she was in on the scam or whatever, and she would end up catching charges as well. Sometimes I think she might have actually been part of it, and that's why she didn't go to the cops right away when she found out Todd had taken me. I don't know, a lot about the story doesn't add up, but since I don't see my dad anymore, and my mom is the only member of my immediate family I'm close to, I don't exactly want to confront her about it. So, yeah, that's the story of my super messed up family, and how one of the weirdest, most fun times in my childhood turned out to be something completely horrible and kind of traumatic, honestly. In hindsight, it seems really scary, because I had no idea what was happening. It all seemed completely innocent, but I was minutes away from something out of a living nightmare, with my Uncle Todd doing all kinds of evil stuff to me in that bathtub, making me scream into the phone for my parents to hear. Let me start off by saying I'm a 16-year-old male and an only child who lives in a quiet rural area surrounded by fields in Amish country. I'm going to use the alias John for this story. One Saturday evening, after an afternoon of occasional rain showers, I was home alone while my parents were out for their anniversary. They had just recently left to go out when I decided to take a walk now that the rain had stopped for I don't know how long. I go into my garage, slip on my shoes, and head on out our sliding back door in our kitchen. The backyard was large and fenced in, as we used to have some dogs. There was a gate in the fence just off the patio that leads to our underground swimming pool, then another that leads into the side of our yard. I exited through there and headed down to my driveway and onto the road. I was out for maybe an hour or so when I finally returned from my rather simple exercise of walking up and down the road while waving to any friendly neighbors I saw. I walked towards my side yard when I noticed that the gate I'd exited out of earlier was still open. I must have forgotten to close and secure it, I thought to myself. It was a bit windy that day, so perhaps the wind had opened it up because I'd forgotten. Oh well. I headed through the gate, through our pool area, back onto the patio, and in through the sliding glass door. Later on, as the night began to set in further, I had just finished baking and eating half of a frozen DiGiorno stuffed crust pepperoni pizza when I heard one of the fence gates slowly creaking open. Obviously frightened, I thought at first maybe it was my mom or dad coming home early. They'd always call me when they were on their way home from wherever they were at though, so that surely couldn't have been it. I ran throughout the house and locked every door and window. I waited and listened in my kitchen for any further suspicious sounds. After about 5 minutes of not hearing anything else, I thought maybe it had just been my imagination, or maybe I'd again forgotten to lock the gate on my way in and the wind had blown it open again. I decided to quickly head outside and check it out. By now, it was completely dark and cloudy, so I grabbed a flashlight out of a drawer in the kitchen and crept out the front door. Once I was out on my driveway, I shone my flashlight down the side yard towards our shed. Okay, nothing there. So far, so good. I walked down the side yard slowly and was pointing my flashlight in every direction, keeping myself aware of my surroundings. Once I finally crept up to the gate, I saw it was wide open. Must have forgotten to lock it again, I thought to myself. I face-palmed. I shut it and locked it, then turned around to head back towards my driveway. All of a sudden, though, I noticed something out of the very corner of my eye in the darkness. My heart dropped as I shined my flashlight quickly towards my backyard and caught a glimpse of the backside of somebody walking behind my shed. From what I saw, I could make out that this was a person with dark hair wearing a black hoodie and sweatpants, and they appeared to be carrying something in their left hand. I could just barely make out what appeared to be the blade of a knife or some sort of small, sharp instrument. At this point, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to confront this person or go inside and call my parents. I stood frozen for a few seconds, hand trembling, as I finally decided to call my mom. After 2 rings, she picked up. "Hello, John. You need something, sweetheart?" she asked. I felt a bit more comfortable now. "Yeah, Mom, I think there's someone in our yard," I said, taking a deep breath. My mom gasped, and her voice got a bit frantic. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. "Where are you now?" I continued looking out towards my shed, now lit up by the flashlight. I could no longer see the person anywhere. "I'm out on the driveway. I heard the gate open and went outside to check it out. I saw someone. He was walking toward the back side of the shed and carrying something. I think it's a knife or something like that." My mom gasped again, and this time I heard my dad ask what was wrong. She told him what happened as I stood there and eyed for any movement. "We're heading home right now. Call 911. Don't go chasing him or anything stupid like that." "All right, Mom. I'm going back inside right now." After exchanging our farewells, I turned around to rush back into the house. Once I turned the corner to head back to my front door, though, I saw somebody walking down the road right in front of me. My heart sank as I stood there in shock, ready to flash my flashlight at whoever this was. The person stopped walking and stood still for a couple of seconds before slowly turning their head in my direction. They must have heard me walking as well. I instinctively whipped the light up and shined it at the person's face. It was a male, I don't know how old, dressed in a black zip-up hoodie and black sweatpants. No doubt it was the same person I'd seen behind my shed. I could only see one of his eyes, as the other was completely covered by something. He looked at me with this blank, expressionless face. It almost felt like he was glaring directly into my soul. This time, I didn't see his knife, but he did have his hand in his hoodie pocket. Without a single word or facial gesture, he slowly began to walk backward before turning around and continuing down the road. After a few seconds, I ran up the road in front of my house and peered down it. I didn't see him anymore. He must have entered someone else's yard. I ran back inside and waited for my dad and mom to get home, as I called police in the meantime. Once a state trooper arrived, I told them everything, from the gate being fondled with to the encounter I'd had with him in front of my house. The trooper told me there had been several calls in the past few months about a person matching that description I gave them, being spotted in several different areas, acting very suspiciously. That interested me greatly, I must say. I tried to ask him more about it, but he declined to answer. Once my parents arrived, they talked with the trooper a bit before he finally left. Afterwards, my parents and I talked about what happened before sitting down to watch a movie, which made us all fall asleep together. Nothing much changed after that night, though. I still live here, and my parents still let me stay home alone, but we've gotten a home security system just in case, and I'm more vigilant whenever I'm by myself. This was back in November of 2018 and takes place in North Carolina. I was 14 at the time this happened. My family and I had just moved across states. We'd just gotten to the city where we planned on living after quite a long road trip. We were all extremely hungry, so we decided to go grab dinner before we went to pick up the keys to our new house. We went to this local pizza shop. Since we had our dogs with us because we hadn't moved into our house quite yet, we decided to eat out in the car. I'm a pretty fast eater compared to the rest of my family though, so I finished well before any of them. After I was done, I decided to bring my puppy out to do her business real quick. We were standing just a little ways up from the car, playing in the leaves on the ground together. I grew up in Florida, you see, so I wasn't used to seeing these large piles of autumn leaves. There I was, just living my best life, not paying attention to my surroundings, when all of a sudden I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned back to see a man. My dog noticed him immediately and tried to jump on him as she does with anyone. I pulled her back while I backed away from this random guy. As I observed him closer, he appeared to be in his mid-40s or 50s. He smiled creepily at me, a very forced smile. He said in this scruffy southern voice, "You have my dog, my border collie." Immediately, a red flag went off in my mind. My dog very obviously looks nothing like a border collie. Now, let me tell you, I'm horrible at confrontation. So instead of confronting him directly, I just nervously said, "I think you're mistaken, sir. This is my dog." I didn't even think to tell him how my dog didn't look anything like what he was describing. I looked over quickly to my parents' car that was just a couple of feet ahead of me, unsure of what to do in this situation. It seemed they hadn't even noticed the man approaching me, as they were all on their phones. The man then asked me this, "Well, if that's not my dog, would you be able to come help me look for it?" I could feel my stomach drop in that moment. I didn't want to make a scene. I wasn't sure if I was overreacting or not, but I'd read my fair share of kidnapping and sex trafficking horror stories, so I did have a vague idea in the back of my mind about what was going down. He then said something along the lines of, "I have some money in my truck for you if you'll help me." My hands were sweating at this point. This was something straight out of a Reddit thread or a movie or something. He pointed over to a very sketchy, run-down-looking truck. I told him I was too busy and I had to leave right now. Best of luck finding his dog, though. I was still trying to keep him on my good side. Looking back on it now, though, I don't know why I didn't just tell him my parents were right there. If I did, maybe he would have backed off. I guess I was overly worried about what might happen. I was trying to be polite so we wouldn't get mad and escalate things further. All of a sudden, he grabbed my dog's leash out of my hand and said he had treats at his truck. He then started to walk away with my dog. I grabbed the leash back and tried to pull it away from him, sternly saying, "I have to go right now." As I tried to walk away, he grabbed my wrist and fully ripped the leash out of my hands, throwing it to the ground. He began to pull me along with him, mumbling something like, "Just come and see what I have for you." My dog, the good, sweet girl she was, followed after us and started barking fiercely. He was dragging me pretty firmly along with him. I'm pretty small at 5'4", and I don't have much upper body strength. All I could do was start screaming for him to let go of me. My parents, alarmed after hearing me scream and seeing our dog chasing after me barking, saw the man pulling me against my will. Immediately, they started sprinting after me. I started screaming even louder. I think he was alarmed when he heard me yell out to my mom, as he could see her now running towards us. The sudden realization that my parents were right there in the car the whole time must have really shocked him. He let me go and tried to make a run for it. We didn't decide to chase after him. My parents were just glad to still have me. This was definitely not a good way to start off our new life in North Carolina. Not even lived there a day yet. I don't wish this sort of thing to ever happen to anyone, as it was extremely terrifying. My advice for you, though, is don't be afraid to use your words, even if they might anger the person. I went to college in a historic mid-sized city in Florida, and at the time lived in a duplex downtown, maybe about 3 blocks from campus or so. The city is known to be pretty safe, and I lived in a pretty decent area with large historic homes near me. It took place about 3 years ago. A little backstory that will become relevant. The duplex I lived in had a front door that locked, and then both the upstairs and downstairs units had their own locking door as well. I lived downstairs and had 2 roommates, but this specific night only one of my roommates was home. We knew the girls that lived upstairs, but really only spoke to them in passing. When they moved in, we emphasized how important it was to us for them to keep the main front door locked at all times. They always made sure to do a really good job of doing so. So, me and my roommate are in for the night, knowing the front door is locked and smoking a few joints. At some point, we hear a knock at the front door and quickly realize the girls upstairs must have ordered a pizza. Later on, we came to find that they'd forgotten to lock the front door again after receiving that pizza. So, we finally go to sleep in our own rooms. Since I had a queen bed, I would often sleep with my phone and laptop right next to me in my bed. A couple of hours after I'd initially fallen asleep, I was suddenly woken up by something I didn't recognize at first. As I came to a bit, I came to realize there was a man standing over my bed. As soon as I realized I was not dreaming, I noticed he was quickly moving my phone and computer off of my bed and moving my comforter as well, trying to climb in. I started asking the man who he was, what he's doing here. I was extremely confused and still groggy. I was also still slightly high from before I'd gone to sleep. The only thing he said to me, multiple times, was that he was just trying to get into bed. At this point, I began to panic, as my mind obviously went right to the worst. I was hoping that maybe my roommate had invited some random Tinder guy over and he'd simply gone to the wrong room. But the more I tried to question him, all he had to say was that he was going to get into bed with me. I did own pepper spray and a stun gun, but I had left them on a shelf that the man was right in front of, so there was no way I would be able to grab them without escalating the situation. Realizing I needed to do something quickly, I blurted out, "There are 5 people who live in this house, and if you don't get the fuck out right now, I will scream. They'll be here in seconds." Luckily, that was all it took to scare the man off. I don't know if he brought something with him or if he stole something from me, but I did see him grab at something in the dark and run out of my room. As soon as he left, I shut the door and locked it and tried to find my phone. I couldn't find it anywhere. Then I quickly realized that between my room and the front door was the room of my friend that was still home. As scared as I was in that moment, I was even more terrified that maybe the man had gone into her room. I grabbed my stun gun and my knife, counted to 3, and ripped open the door. I burst into my roommate's room, only to find her fast asleep. There was no evidence of the man still being around. I quickly woke her up and told her what happened, and she asked me if I was sure I wasn't dreaming. I even began to question myself until I walked out of her room and saw our front door wide open. I went to my room to search for my phone and finally found it, hidden under a pile of clothes across the room from where I'd left it earlier. That sent a chill up my spine, as I immediately knew for a fact someone had been in my house and room while I was sleeping, at least long enough to take and hide my phone. That only worsened my suspicions of his intentions. I ran back to my roommate's room, who at this point believed me. We barricaded ourselves in and called 911. Within minutes, there were cars swarming our street and yard, and they yelled for us to quickly leave the residence and run towards them. At least a dozen officers came rushing in and searched every inch of our apartment. We woke up the girls upstairs and searched their apartment as well to ensure the man had well and truly left. The officers had me write a statement, and I gave them a description of the man. To this day, I've never heard a single thing about the case. I just feel incredibly lucky with the outcome of the situation. The thought of his intentions terrifies me though, and additionally, the fact he was never caught scares me. I would hate for anyone to have to go through the pure fear I did. I will add there was a chance he might have been on drugs or mentally ill, and perhaps had no bad intentions. However, because he was never caught, I'll never be able to know. With the fact that he tried to hide my phone, I can only assume the worst. So I'm a bartender at a gentleman's club. Our uniform, if you can call it that, is a very short, skimpy black dress and black bra. Due to my uniform being the way it is, I do my best to not have to go out in public directly after work. This is due to dirty looks and perverted comments that I really don't have the time or patience for. Back before the current state of the world, I had just gotten off work. It was around 2:30 a.m. I believe, and I decided to run to my local Walmart to grab some dog food and other household items. I was thinking there probably wouldn't be anyone there besides staff so late at night. I ran in with a jacket on as well, to try and be at least a little bit modest. I went directly to the pet aisles. I could see there was a guy stocking the shelves. I gave a small wave and smiled, and proceeded to looking for my dog's brand of food. I grabbed a 20-pound bag, and the man asked if I needed some help. I'm not really a small girl, but I do have a slight frame. I'm tall but very skinny, if that makes sense. I told him I was fine, thanked him, and headed to the grocery section. I was in the freezer area when my stalker showed up again, this time with another guy. They were just standing there, watching me decide which pizza to pick. When I turned to leave, the man once again asked if I needed any help. I told him no, thanked again, and smiled. I then made my way to the checkout aisle. On my way out, I saw a man heading out about 10 feet behind me. I quickly walked to my car, threw my purchases in the passenger side, jumped in, and locked my doors immediately. I was worried this person would try to follow me. All I wanted to do was go home. I felt dumb after realizing the man was going to his own car, and it was situated nowhere near me. Breathing a sigh of relief, I started my 15-minute drive home. I was about halfway there when I noticed that black car behind me, taking all the same turns as I was. I live in a very rural area. It's possible he lived nearby, but there weren't many people who ever took these roads, especially not this late at night. I turned a road after mine, and he made the exact same turn. This led to a dead-end road with only a cow farm at the very end, so I knew now he was definitely following me. I called my boyfriend and told him what was going on. I didn't want to drive home where he would know where I lived, and asked my boyfriend to meet me at Walmart instead. I sped the whole way there, hoping a cop was sitting somewhere and would pull me over. The black car was right on my ass. I pulled into the Walmart parking lot and parked directly under a street lamp. The black car pulled into the spot directly across from mine. Now I was freaking out. 15 seconds later, I saw my boyfriend's truck rushing into the lot. He pulled up right next to me, asked if I was okay, and I pointed out the car to him. My boyfriend was not a small man. He was about 6'4", and very muscular as well. His arms alone were about the size of my head. He's a very intimidating person if you don't know him, but really he's a very quiet and kind man. He hopped out of his truck and started to walk over to that car, yelling at them. "You need to talk to her about something, or you need to talk to me." The guy in the black car immediately rushed off. I don't know if it was the same man who was hanging out with the stalker or what, but that's why I don't go out after work anymore. I was in college at the time this happened. My roommate was a born-again Christian, and she invited me to her Bible study and church all the time. Eventually, I did go with her, and kept going as well. I wasn't a big fan of the pastor, but there were a lot of nice young adults who liked to have clean, sober fun. I didn't drink or party at all, so I felt like I fit right in. I didn't necessarily agree with everything they believed in, though. Just the more normal stuff, like God, helping the poor, not some of the more extreme things. This one guy in the Bible study, Drew, was pretty quiet. He was good looking as well. He seemed like he knew everything about the Bible, which really amazed me. At the time, I thought, wow, he knows so much more than me. He's so wise. I was only 21 and he was 27. He wasn't a college student or anything, he just worked, which I later learned maybe he didn't even do that. We were going to go on a young adults retreat, and because I worked, I couldn't leave early on Friday to drive up to the mountains with the girls in the group. Mutual friends said I could ride with Drew instead, so I said okay. On the way up, Drew was pretty quiet for the first hour, not very friendly at all, and it was a long trip as well. As we started to get closer to the location, he began to warm up a bit though. We grabbed some pizza, and he paid, which was nice. Then he stopped the car just so we could look at the stars. Even played some Brian McKnight. He was quickly turning it into a date, but I didn't know or see it that way back then. I was starting to like him, and feel like we had a connection though. He was just about to drop me off at the girls' cabin, when he suddenly got very serious, and told me that something had happened between him and another girl in our church group. He told me she was simply telling lies about him, and not to believe whatever I heard. He didn't explain what actually happened, mind you, and didn't say who this was either. I entered the cabin, and all the girls were there. Very quickly, one girl, Bree, who was the youngest in the entire group at 19, told all of us this. "Ladies, there is a wolf in sheep's clothing among us at this retreat." Now, if you don't know church folk, they get very dramatic and tend to talk like this all the time. So in my mind, I just thought, okay, here's some juicy drama coming up. She told us this story about how she was talking to some guy here, but he started stalking her and wouldn't take no for an answer, even threatened to hurt her sister. Now my spidey senses were tingling. I realized that this must be what Drew was telling me about. The church group didn't know who it was because she refused to say. She said she didn't want to stir gossip, and the leadership would handle it on their own. Drew eventually left the weekend retreat early. There goes my ride back, I thought. I didn't know if he was asked to leave or what. Later that week, though, Drew asked me to hang out, and I agreed. I still liked him, and I didn't know who to believe at this point. On our hangout, we didn't really do anything. He took me to the mall and read the Bible to me. Okay, that was a little bit weird. He then parked his car on some suburban lookout and just said he was a view guy who really liked views. I was not one to be impressed by suburban lights. Overall, it was just very boring. I decided to give him another chance, though. I invited him to come see a play with me. When he came, he immediately met one of my good friends, Brian. Brian introduced us to his boyfriend, Nick. I'm in theater, so I have many gay friends. For the majority of the rest of the date, though, Drew lectured me about how all gays are going to hell, and I must not really love them if I didn't stop to tell them that. I began to cry because of this ugly argument in his car. He argued with me for hours in the lot. I just wanted to go home. It turned into the worst date ever. Obviously, I didn't agree with what he said. He then told me I needed to give up on my dream of being an actress, because what if the Lord didn't want me to do that? Theater is something I'd been doing my whole life, not to mention my major as well. His reasons for me giving it up Had nothing to do with the impracticality of it, but simply because God said so. I began to see that this guy was nuts. I got home and I offered to make us some cocoa to just kind of end things as friends, or at least on a better note. I knew I would see him at church in the future, and we had mutual friends as well. Things were going to get weird if it ended badly. He tried to get sexual with me, and then blamed me for tempting him. I ended up crying even more. I just wanted him to go home, but I was so emotionally exhausted I didn't really know what to do. He eventually left, called me and texted me that week, but I refused to respond. Sunday night rolled around once more. I was talking to my friend Tim, who no longer went to that church anymore. I told him I'd gone on a date with Drew, and before I could even tell him how it went, Tim said, "What? That guy is crazy. You need to abort that mission right now." Turns out he was close with Bree and her family. Drew really was a stalker and had really threatened to hurt Bree's sister. I didn't know what to do. I hung up and called my mom and tried to tell her what happened, what Tim told me about Drew, how it was such weird timing considering what happened to me. While I was on the phone with my mom, I got a sudden knock at the door. It was 11 p.m. on a Sunday night. I looked out to see who it was, only to find no one was out there. I went to get my roommate and ask her if she could sit with me in the front room. I was freaked out now. There was another knock at the door. I peeked and it was Drew, looking all in a frenzy. I asked him what he was doing there. He said he needed to talk to me. I wasn't answering my phone, so this was the only way. The conversation was getting a bit long in the tooth. My roommate was sitting there in anticipation. I told her she could go back to her room and that it was okay. I let him come in like a dumbass because I'd been conditioned to be overly nice. This was a big mistake. We started talking, but as soon as my roommate left, he pulled out a knife. He started saying how he was worried my neighbors had done something to me because I wasn't answering his texts. That he didn't know what kind of situation he'd be walking into. I have zero fighting skills and no experience in this situation at all. All I could do was to ask him as calmly as possible, "Hey, can you put the knife away maybe?" He asked me if I wanted the knife. I said no. I somehow talked him down and got him to leave. The next morning, my mind was a lot clearer. I felt like I needed to tell my mom what happened. She had me tell my dad as well, who had me tell the church youth leader and security at my apartment. I told the cop the whole story too, said the guy was definitely a stalker, and I would see him again unless the police visited him. I said it was fine. I thought everything would be okay. I just didn't want any more drama. I had never talked to a cop about anything before. I didn't understand how serious it was, I think. My mistake. The next night I went to a party, another church-related one. Drew was not supposed to be there. He'd even told me beforehand he wasn't going. Well, there he was. I decided to leave in that moment, but my 21-year-old self didn't think to ask someone to walk me out. I figured if I left and he was still there, problem solved. I didn't anticipate him following me. I was walking to my car in the dark apartment parking lot when I heard him call out my name. He was following me. I started to run, and he began to chase me. I was clicking my car to open, thinking to myself, this is how the white girl dies in the horror movies, because she didn't let the cop visit the stalker because she's dumb. Thankfully, though, my car unlocked. I hopped in and drove away. Problem is, Drew already knew where I lived. I had to move out 2 weeks later and blocked him on all social media. Eventually, he managed to make another Facebook profile and sent me a message that summer saying he was praying for me and had forgiven me for trashing him to people, even though I never told anyone what happened. That was the last I saw and heard of him. Unfortunately, this predator continued to serve at that church in the junior high ministry of all places, around many young girls. No one on the church leadership listened to me, or to Bree. I never reached out to her to let her know what happened to me, and I never got to hear her full story in detail. I did tell the young adult pastor about the knife and him trying to get sexual with me, and how I was scared. Thankfully, I don't go to that church anymore. This was all pre-Me Too movement. What sucks the most is I've had quite a few experiences with crazy religious dudes just like him. This was the first, but definitely not the last. I'm still trying to come to terms with why exactly that is. This is a short story that happened to me several years ago, but still affects me to this day. Now, objectively speaking, this may not be the most scary story you've ever heard, but the image is surely burned into my mind and is something I don't think I'll ever forget. School had just ended 3 weeks prior, and my friend and I were hanging out enjoying a surprisingly beautiful summer night. I live in a very quiet little town. There never really is much commotion, or really much of anything going on at all. We have one main school, and our graduating class is tiny compared to most others. Around midnight, we'd gotten pretty sick of playing games, and wanted to try something different. He suggested walking around outside to enjoy the beautiful, clear summer night. Without much hesitation, I agreed. It was after midnight in a quiet town, so I figured not much could possibly go wrong. My parents were already asleep, but they trusted me anyway, so sneaking out just to walk probably wouldn't have been a huge issue. We ended up staying out for a couple of hours. We talked about movies, wrestling, what our plans for the rest of the summer would be. Up to this point, it had actually been one of my favorite nights in a long time. Just enjoying the nice breeze, the moonlight, and having a wonderful conversation with my good friend. We were already on our way back home, and probably only about 5 minutes away from my house. We were walking down an extremely dark street. On the right side were some old houses, where 95% of the lights were off, and to our left was only trees with no streetlights at all. My friend pointed out as we were walking that some of the sparse light that was visible was hitting the trees and looked almost like a person. We laughed at first, and were kind of amazed at how much it really did look like a person was there. After a moment more of observation, though, the laughter swiftly faded away as we realized that this was not just a shadow. Like the fools that we were, we decided to explore. I pulled back a few branches and saw that there was actually a woman standing there. She had this huge, disturbing smile on her face. She was old, probably in her 70s, I would guess. The weirdest thing is, she was dressed completely normal and had lots of nice jewelry on as well. She looked exactly like how my grandma would dress for holiday parties. She was just standing there, in the brush, still as a statue, and smiling at us. For a moment, we were just stood there in shock and surprise. In a split second, her smile vanished, and she jumped out, screaming at us and beginning to chase us. We started to run as fast as we could back to the house. When I turned to look back, to my knowledge, she didn't continue to follow us any further. She just stood there with that disturbing smile. I know most people might not find that particularly scary, but in the middle of the night when you find a creepy old lady hiding in the trees and watching you, it really rattles your cage. Nothing else of note came from this incident, but as I mentioned previously, I'll never be able to get the image of her smiling and suddenly screaming and chasing us out of my head. I remember being a teenager and really enjoying those first few weeks of summer break. Sleeping in, staying up late, hanging out with friends, basically just enjoying being out of school and not having to worry about homework or teachers or responsibilities. On this specific night, my parents were out of town for their anniversary. My friend James was coming over for the night, and my brother, who was 20 at the time, was supposed to be there to look after us. It was only for one night after all. Around 1 a.m., James just happened to look out the window and see there were two people standing outside in the middle of the road. They appeared to be looking in through the windows and staring at us. We told my brother, who then decided to go take a look outside. The people had started taking pictures, and it looked like they were snapping photos of us and the inside of our house. My brother really didn't take any of this kind of crap. He went outside and started to yell at the two from our front steps. When he got a bit closer, you could see it was a man and a woman, probably in their 20s, he would guess. The man didn't say anything, but the woman called out, "Oh, we're sorry." We're just trying to take a picture of the moon. It really is beautiful." My brother said he didn't care, and they needed to leave right now. She insisted that he come down there with them and look at the moonlight. Then he would understand. After a brief verbal scuffle, my brother then said, "If you guys don't get out of my property right now, I'm going to make you." He started to approach the couple. Once my brother went further into the street, though, the man who was standing in the road rushed up and smacked him right in the head. James and I sat there in disbelief. We didn't know what to do. Clearly, we were only young teenagers, and this guy was attempting to attack my brother. James called the police and explained what was happening. I was having a panic attack, worrying what to do. I looked again, and the man was now kicking him fiercely. The woman stood there, laughing, and seemed to be enjoying it. I covered my eyes, and that's when I heard her suddenly yell, "Run!" My neighbor from across the street ran out with a baseball bat. He didn't connect with the man, but he did try to swing at him. They ran off quickly and were out of sight in a moment. The man helped my brother up and helped him to the door. The cops showed up a few minutes later, and we all gave our statements. Of course, there was nothing that could really be done because none of us could get a good look at the couple in the darkness. Writing this as an adult, I still get a sick feeling in my stomach every time I see the moon on a warm summer night. So the events of this story happened to me several years ago, during the last vacation my family and I ever took during summer break. Every year, we used to drive a couple hours away from my hometown to a beautiful tourist area near the ocean with lots of great seafood. This year was no different really. We decided to leave in the middle of the night when my dad got off work. That meant we would arrive by 7 a.m. and have the entire day to spend at the ocean. The first part of the trip was great actually. I slept for a bit, as did my sister and mom. I live on the northeastern coast of the United States, so for a huge stretch of that trip, it was just trees and mountains. Of what I could see, it was actually very relaxing and soothing to try and sleep to. A little after 3 a.m. though, I was suddenly awoken by my dad, who was loudly shouting some curse words. I asked him what was wrong, and he said in an almost nervous voice, "It's okay, honey, go back to sleep." Without asking any other questions, I closed my eyes. Almost immediately though, my eyes shot open again because my dad was swerving the car erratically. I thought my sister was going to go flying out the window. This is when things started to take a turn for the worse. My mom woke up and yelled at my dad, and that's when we found out what was really happening. My dad told us there had been a Jeep of some kind behind us for about an hour. They were riding right on our tail, and every time my dad tried to switch lanes, they would do so as well. This was in the time before cell phones were hugely popular, so we had no way to contact the police. We decided to stop at the next rest area and call the authorities. We saw a sign that said it would be coming in 2 miles. That seemed like forever away now, though, that we knew that whoever this was really messing with us. If they had truly been following us for an hour, then this was more than just some joke. They definitely intended to harm us. The 2 miles came by, and we pulled into the 24-hour rest area. We pulled in right out front, and the Jeep still followed us in. I had never been so scared in my entire life. My mom, sister, and I got out of the car to go inside and call the police, while my dad tried to defend himself. I'll never forget what I saw when I stepped out. It was a navy blue Jeep and had 5 people inside. They all were wearing white masks that had different smiling artwork on them. All 5 people got out of the car and stood there staring at my dad. One of the figures looked like they were holding a weapon, but I honestly couldn't be sure. I still can't believe the luck of what happened next. A patrol car just happened to pull in that exact moment, and the masked people rushed back into their Jeep and drove off. We flagged the cop down and explained what had happened. We all gave our statement as well. We ended up staying at the rest stop until dawn and continued with the rest of our trip during the day. I wish I could explain the full horror to you of seeing that car full of people with those masks on. Why the hell would they follow us for an entire hour if they were just trying to scare the shit out of us? And what would have happened if that patrol car didn't show up at that exact moment? So I might have a different perspective on summer than most of you. I usually hated the summer. My parents both worked during the day, and that left me to do all the chores every single freaking day. I hated it. My friends were all out doing everything they wanted, while I had to do house and yard work. One particular day, I was tasked with painting the spindles on the front porch, which would probably even take more than one full day to do. While I was out there painting, I heard the loudest noise coming from the street. It sounded like someone was rolling a tool chest down the road or something. I looked over and saw an old guy with a cart that had a bunch of what looked like tools on it. After looking further and putting two and two together, it appeared to be a portable cart to sharpen knives. Having some extra cash and thinking I would do something nice for my parents, I flagged the man down. I ran inside and grabbed the knife block to bring out the knives to be sharpened. I told the man I was doing it for my parents. He looked over at me and whispered in my ear, "Such a nice boy." He completed the sharpening for me, and I gave him the cash. He thanked me and continued down the road, slowly but surely. When my parents got home, I could tell they really appreciated the gesture. I think, though, they were more focused on the painting and how good of a job I'd surprisingly did. That night, I slept in my living room so I could stay up and watch TV without waking my parents up. I had to pause the TV at one point, though, because I began to hear a weird, loud noise. I moved the blinds near the couch and looked outside. I saw that exact same cart from earlier. What the fuck? I looked around, but all I could see was the cart. The man was nowhere to be found. It seemed my dog could tell something was up, though. As I went to turn the back porch light on and let her out, though, I could have sworn I just saw someone shuffle behind the garage. I freaked out, rushed to my dad, and told him what I thought I'd seen. He looked out front and did see the cart, but when he went behind the garage, he didn't find anything. I went to the side door to make sure it was locked, only to find the old man staring directly against it and staring into our home. I screamed for my dad. He ran and came out and confronted the man. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was yelling like he never had before, shouting expletives all over the place. He called the cops right away, and the cops eventually showed up. They took statements and took the man, who was surprisingly still there, away. I think he was charged with trespassing or something along those lines. It's been years since these events have taken place, and the only thing I can still really visualize are those spindles on the front porch and the old man's face pressed against the side door when I went to go look at it. I don't think I'll ever forget that image, as much as I'd really like to. Anyway, I hope that story spooked a few of you out there. And if not, I hope it at least was a good one to fall asleep to. Summer break is an awesome time to kick back, relax, and even enjoy some traveling. Unfortunately for me, my summer break did not consist of vacationing or kicking back at all. My old roommate Dave was going on vacation with his fiancée, and so he asked me to take care of his golden retriever Millard. Always trying to make a quick buck myself, I quickly accepted. I planned on staying overnight with Millard while Dave would be gone for a couple of nights. Feeling lonely, I asked some of my friends to come over and hang out for a while. We sat outside, ate some wings, and just hung out for a couple hours. I had to work at 6:30 in the morning though, so I kicked them all out at around 11 and decided to go get ready for bed. I put on the TV and made myself comfortable on the living room couch. I started to doze off, and while I was going in and out of sleep, I suddenly heard the doorbell ring. I kind of jolted awake and sat still for a moment. I thought perhaps it was only the TV. Maybe I just woken myself up thinking it was the actual doorbell. That was quickly proven false though, when the doorbell began to ring over and over again. My heart was practically jumping out of my chest. I grabbed my watch and saw it was close to midnight. Who the hell could possibly be at the door at this hour of night? I slowly approached as the bell continued ringing. I could see there was a shady-looking man outside with a backwards ball cap on. He had a big brown bag in his hand as well. I opened the front door a crack while still keeping the chain on. I didn't open the screen door either. I quickly asked the man what he wanted. In a very soft, unconvincing tone, he said this: "Hi, I have your food delivery here." I immediately yelled that I didn't order any food. He proceeded to say my address and then followed with, "That is your address, right? I have your delivery right here." More annoyed than anything else, I told him once more he had the wrong house and slammed the door in his face. I then turned all the lights off. The house I was staying in was a split-level ranch. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's kind of like having a 1.5-story house. The basement is usually a living room, and not completely underground either. The windows are about eye level. I went to check on the basement part of the house and was looking out the front windows. The man was just sitting in his car, the car not on, and still parked in my driveway. I was a little bit spooked at this point, so I called my brother to tell him what happened. He told me not to worry too much, and it was probably just some kind of mistake. I agreed and went to check back out the window, only to see the car was still there in the driveway, but the man was no longer inside. I grabbed the dog and locked myself in Dave's bedroom. She barked and growled all night long. I'm not sure if it was because she could hear things outside or because she was stuck in the room with me. I hardly slept a wink that night, and when it was time for me to leave for work, I got ready in the bedroom, then ran out of the house as fast as I could. I had a brief moment of relief when I noticed the car was no longer in the driveway. That soon changed, however, when I turned the corner and saw the car was now parked at the side of the road. I went to work terrified. I blasted my friends that day, asking them if this was some kind of practical joke. They assured me, though, that it was not them. I came back to feed Millard after work with one of my friends, and we noticed footprints circling the house and scratches on the siding where one of the back windows was. It looked like someone had tried to scare me, or perhaps actually tried to break in and had simply been unsuccessful. In hindsight, I realized I probably should have gotten the license plate number, but I just thought I was maybe being paranoid. I could have also asked what company they represented so I could call to see if it was a real order or not. When Dave returned, I brought this event up to him, and he said he'd never had an experience like this. Maybe it was simply a fluke. Maybe the delivery person was pissed they got pranked and now stuck with the bill and decided to take revenge. Or perhaps I was in some real danger. Either way, this is one summer night I still bring up to my friends when they want to hear a freaky story. I'll try to tell this story to the best of my ability, but as my friends could tell you, I have a terrible memory. Some details may be weird because of this. This happened to me when I was 14 years old, and I'm now 27. It was summer break. I can remember it because I was extremely bored and felt like I could literally die from boredom at any moment. My parents went to work every morning, and because of this, I was left home alone to do the chores. I was a trustworthy kid, though, so my parents allowed me to do so. The only two rules were to never leave the house and to not use the oven by myself. I lived in a really nice area, other than one extremely old, ugly house on the corner. The house was covered with vines and all sorts of unkempt landscaping everywhere. Well, one summer day, my 14-year-old self thought it was a good idea to go and check out this house. It was during the day, too, so I didn't figure anything could really go wrong. I wanted to see the inside. I wasn't going to steal or anything, I just wanted to see what it looked like. Every day when we used to get off the bus, we would always tell stories about this house being haunted and other spooky stuff like that. Well, when I finally saw my friends again after break, I wanted to tell them about my bravery of going inside the house. I got all black clothes on and thought I was being super sneaky. It was around 12 in the afternoon though, so I probably stood out like a sore thumb and looked like a moron. I approached the front of the house and was surprised to see the door was actually locked. I banged on the door for a second and was able to easily jimmy the lock. I opened the door and my excitement quickly vanished when I was greeted by an elderly man holding a knife toward my face. He looked so old that I almost thought he was a ghost or something. He had a long white beard and Albert Einstein-looking hair. He was wearing a thick red flannel despite it being summer. As soon as I had a split second to process this man holding a knife to my face, I turned and ran as fast as I could. I heard him yell out after me, "That's it, you're dead." I of course had no idea what he meant by that. My 14-year-old heart was beating out of my chest. I was in amazement that somebody actually lived there. I was starting to panic that I was going to get arrested for breaking in. My parents were going to kill me, and I was going to be in so much trouble. Well, sure enough, several minutes later, the police showed up at my house, and my parents were called right away. The cop was really nice, and I explained to them that I thought it was just an abandoned house. What got me in trouble was that old man said I had been terrorizing him for weeks. In truth, that was the first time I'd ever been there, though. According to the old man, he said he'd been hearing my footsteps downstairs in his kitchen when he was trying to sleep. Luckily, I was only 14 and had my parents to defend me and say that was obviously not true. Fast forward about a week. I was grounded for just about my entire life, but most of the dust had now cleared. That was until my doorbell rang. It was the cops again. I explained that I had been home the entire day, and luckily my dad was off that day, and he was there to back up my story. Upon further investigation into the matter, the police found that somebody had been secretly living in the old man's crawlspace for weeks. At night, this person would sneak out, steal the man's food, and use the restroom. The day I broke in, he was suspicious because he'd been hearing a lot of noise the previous night, and when he saw me, he assumed I must be the intruder. The man actually came to talk to my dad and thanked me for breaking in because it helped him figure out what was really going on. So, yeah, I had a great story to tell my friends. Sad thing was, I was grounded for the remainder of the summer and was going to have to wait for school to tell them. I had a run of bad luck for a while. I was in a very bad relationship, and I really had no way to get out of it. My family was not very supportive of me. They had this rule that once you moved out of the house, you stayed out for good. So, no matter what happened, I couldn't leave and go back with them. Most of my other relatives lived far away, and I had lost contact with most of my friends during the relationship as well. I wasn't really going to be able to stay with anyone. In order to get out of the situation, I had to do something I never thought I'd have to do in my life. I decided to run away and live in my car. Now, while it sounds like it might have been really bad, actually it wasn't really so awful. I had blankets and pillows, and I could just lay down in the back seat with no problem. I could listen to talk radio and sports when I was bored, and I could also find something to read. I had a roof over my head and protection from the elements, for the most part. The only thing that was really difficult was finding a safe place to park. It wasn't that difficult during the day. I would just park at my place of business and go in for work. I could hang out in the parking lot for a little while, but I couldn't stay there for too long. If my boss found out I was living out of my car, what might he have thought? Also, I couldn't spend too many nights in the same parking lot either. I would likely draw too much attention to myself. I had been staying in the parking lot of an apartment complex for a few nights when I inadvertently caught notice of a drug deal going on. Although those involved in the deal didn't seem to see me, I didn't feel safe parking there anymore. The following evening, I looked around until I eventually found the parking lot of a small restroom in a park. I wasn't exactly sure I wouldn't be found parking there, but I was too exhausted searching for a new place and thought I could get at least a few hours of sleep before being found. I wasn't sure for how long I actually slept. It's important to know that when I slept in the back seat, I completely covered myself in blankets so I wouldn't be seen. Out of nowhere though, I got woken up by this strange screeching noise. It was so weird. I remember twitching under my blankets listening to it. I didn't completely wake up though. I was used to hearing weird noises after being in my car for so long. Likely it was just another car, so I shuffled around under my blankets to get a bit more comfortable and tried to fall back asleep. Just before I could drift back off, though, I heard the screeching sound once more. I groaned a little out of annoyance, wondering what this noise was, yet still. I didn't think I needed to get out from under my blankets yet, though. Parking lot noises were just something you had to force yourself to put up with. I tried to force myself to go back to bed, when suddenly I began to feel a shaking movement. I was still half asleep, so I couldn't quite figure out what that feeling could be at first. Then it began to happen more. The second time, I was a lot more certain I knew what that feeling was. Someone was making my car bounce up and down. I quickly and fully woke up. I was too scared now to look out from under my blankets, though. It only took a few more bumps and then another creaking noise before I realized that whoever was doing this must have known I was there in the back seat. Peeking out from underneath my blankets, I saw two things initially. There was a young man standing on the front of my car, jumping on my car to make it bounce up and down. But the thing that scared me the most, the creaking sound, was coming from a man who was using the tip of a large knife to scrape against the side of my car. He pressed it up against the siding, then the window. Fortunately, my doors were locked. I also kept my keys with me under the blankets. This was so no one could see my keys in my car and think it was a free steal or something. I quickly snatched them up. I had been living in my car for weeks, so I could easily get into the front seat quickly. I grabbed the keys, and the man with the knife began to pound on the window when he saw I was getting up. The other guy kept making the car bounce more and more. I put my keys in the ignition and started the car. I didn't care about the guy making my car bounce up and down, so I put the car in reverse and slammed the gas, sending him flying to the ground. I didn't care, though. The other guy came after the car, trying to stab at my window while screaming obscenities at me. He was swishing his knife back and forth in the air. Again, I didn't care. I made it perfectly clear I was willing to run him over. He got the picture and got out of my way as I sped off into the night. The side of my car was all scratched up and looked like crap, but I realized how dangerous it was to be doing what I had been doing. I stayed in a hotel room every night after. It was a very cheap hotel, and not the cleanest in the world, but it was much safer than staying in a parking lot. I was walking home from the bus stop, which was 2 blocks away from my house, when this scummy-looking guy in a car stopped by me. I couldn't hear what he was saying at first, because I was listening to my music, but I could feel that someone was there watching me. I turned my head in his direction. Excuse me, hello? Do you know where Sun Street is, perhaps? I forgot what he said after, but I'd never heard of that street before. I remember feeling bad for this guy at first, so I tried to help him. No, sir. I'm sorry, I've never heard of that place before. Could you tell me a bit more of what you're looking for? I started to get a bit weirded out, though, when he told me to come closer to his car. I didn't want to get any closer. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go. The man began to scream at me, telling me to fucking help him or else. I told him I simply had to get home. I could tell he was about to open his car door in a rage, so I ran as fast as I could. When I turned around, though, his car was already gone. A bit of a short, scary encounter, I guess. This happened a very, very long time ago. I hope my memory is intact and that I'm telling the story as close to exact as how it happened. Although born and raised in the Midwest, I went to live on the West Coast after I graduated high school. I was one of those people who thought he would hit it big time in Hollywood. There were just as many of us back then as there are nowadays. I was able to get a decent job and a good enough car that I could travel back home at least once a year to visit my family. And trust me, there was no way I was going to get any of them to drive out to California to see me. If you've gone for a long drive, you know exactly what that's like. It can take a long time to get to where you're going, and back then, we didn't have internet to check the weather for an entire trip. It was not always easy to know what to expect for the entire ride because of this. I often ran into sudden thunderstorms or snowstorms or other kinds of inclement weather. I was in my early 20s when I was making this particular trip. I had gotten through the bulk of the trip already and was just approaching the final part of it. This night would be the last night I would have to drive, and I would arrive at my parents' home the next evening. Well, sometime in the afternoon, I must have hit a really huge storm system. I could see the storm clouds in the sky long before I actually met them, and when I did meet them, they lasted for a very long time. There was thunder, lightning, strong winds, and even large pieces of hail at certain parts of the trip. I feel somewhat fortunate I didn't come across any tornadoes as well. The weather was so extreme, and it stayed that way for a very long time. I decided to stop in a town in order to fill up my gas tank and take a break. While I was there, I noticed this guy hanging around the station. He looked like he might have been a few years younger than I was. He was dressed in a dark green jacket and was carrying a backpack. It was obvious to me right away that he was trying to hitchhike. I had picked up other hitchhikers before, and I'd never had a problem with it. Still, I went into the store and picked up a few items before finally deciding to offer him a ride. By the time I got out and was ready to go back on the road, I decided I would at least approach him and see where he was going first. Initially, he seemed very nice and pleasant. He told me he was a college student and he was trying to find his way back to school. He had been staying with some friends during vacation, but they refused to give him a ride back for some reason. So, he'd been hitching rides throughout the past few days, trying to make his way back to campus. It turned out his college campus was right along the way. It was going to be a very short ride there, actually. He was practically almost home, and probably could have walked the distance if he really wanted to. I agreed to give him a ride because of this. I didn't like the idea of leaving anyone to be out on the road walking during this sort of weather. Plus, I wasn't worried about picking up a hitchhiker either. I had hitched several times when I was younger, and for some reason, it never occurred to me that the hitchhiker could be the dangerous person. I always wrongly assumed it had to be the person driving the car. For the first part of the ride, everything seemed pretty normal. We made the usual small talk that anyone tended to make in such a situation. I asked him about various things such as school, and he seemed to answer them honestly. He also asked me what I was doing driving in this weather, and I told him that I was visiting my family. It was mostly a pleasant time. As we got closer and closer to the town that his campus was by, however, his mood began to rapidly change. Where he was at first in a decent and very talkative mood, he slowly went quiet and seemed to get very agitated. I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but for some reason I felt it would be wrong to do so. I didn't ask him but kept talking to myself. I also kept an eye on him to see if anything was wrong. I really started to get nervous and began to wonder if I had made a mistake in picking this guy up. He didn't seem angry though, and didn't seem annoyed that I kept talking when he slowly went quiet. It actually seemed more like he was very scared of something. When I first suspected it might be fear, I wanted to try and figure out what could be scaring him. But again, I didn't know how to bring that up to him. I just kept it to myself and was only talking about things I didn't think would upset him. When we got into town, it was still storming very hard outside. I asked him if he wanted me to take him onto campus and to his dormitory. He shook his head though, and sort of muttered that he didn't live in a dorm. He said he would give me off-campus directions to his house, and told me to make a few turns after. Other than giving me directions though, he refused to say anything else. In fact, he seemed to be getting more agitated. He told me to turn onto the street where the house he stayed at was. I pulled up in front, and he asked me to honk the horn once to let his roommates know he was home. He didn't have a key to the house, he explained. Although I found this request odd, I still did so. The front porch light went on. Then I saw the door shoot open, and a few men rushed out the front door. They began to approach the car. Out of nowhere, the guy told me to drive off right now. I looked at him strangely, and his agitation had gone to a full-blown panic. He began hitting his leg with his fist and urging me to go right now as quickly as possible. I didn't know what was going on, but he seemed to be absolutely terrified. I put the car in gear and shot off down the street. Looking into the rearview mirror as I drove away, I noticed that the guys were now sprinting down the street towards us. One of them was yelling and screaming something, but of course, there was no way they could keep up with us. My passenger told me to turn, and told me to take several different turns very quickly. I did exactly what he told me to, but kept asking him what was going on. He didn't say anything at first, but kept telling me to go in certain specific directions. When we finally pulled into a parking lot, he told me to cut the car off. I was confused by what was going on, but the way he was acting was concerning enough for me to do what he said. He explained to me that the whole thing was a setup. He was supposed to hitch a ride, take the driver to that house, and then the people at the house were all going to attack me. That's why he'd had me honk the horn. He said that he wasn't comfortable with the idea though, and changed his mind at the last minute since I was so nice. That's why he kept getting so agitated in the car earlier. He apologized, but before I could even respond, he opened the door and ran off into the storm. Honestly, I was stunned by what had happened. I hadn't realized how close I'd come to getting attacked, and who knows what else by this hitchhiker and his friends. I was appreciative that he'd changed his mind, sure, but I was really worried about what would happen to him when he met up with those guys again. I mean, surely they would punish him for backing out. I drove around a little to see if I could find him, but he disappeared into the storm way too quickly. I gave up after a bit and resumed my trip home. The rest of the trip went very smoothly, and I had a good time with my family after. I always remember being somewhat scared of the dark when I was a younger kid. This was before I had a real scary experience even. I would do what a lot of kids did when I was growing up. I would see shadows and other things in the dark, and I would involuntarily start imagining what those shapes and patterns could be. Then, due to my likely overactive imagination, I'd put scary stories to those shapes and patterns. In the beginning, doing these things had the effect on me that it would have on any young kid really. It filled my head with ideas that would terrify the hell out of me. My parents were not the type to let the kids come into their room when they were scared. They expected us to be able to try and get over it on our own. They felt that doing so would make us stronger adults, and I guess I can kind of see their point. When we were younger though, that was hardly any solace. When you're scared of something that you might believe to be in your room, facing it doesn't really help much. What I did was try to make a nicer story out of the shapes and shadows that I'd see everywhere. Although this was hard at first, it eventually became a lot easier. Whenever I felt even a little bit scared, I tried to create a friendlier story in my head. After a while, I would eventually just fall asleep without even realizing it. I'll admit that even now, well into my older age, I still get scared of the dark sometimes. At the age this story took place, however, I was much more scared of thunderstorms than I was of the dark. There was a night when I was 12 years old that I had a scary experience that was both in the dark and during a thunderstorm. It was on a Friday night, which I remember because I was the only kid who was home that night because of it. My other siblings had all gone off for weekend sleepovers, which they were only allowed to do on Friday nights. I knew it was going to be quite the storm because the clouds on the way home from school were looking pretty damn dark and scary. I also knew it was going to be quite the doozy of a storm as well. By the time that I had dinner with my parents, the storm had hit quite fiercely. It was going to be unfortunate though, because at the time, my parents were doing a part-time job every Friday and Sunday night. There were housing subdivisions opening up in the area and doing house showings, so every Friday, my parents would go out at night and put up signs that would guide people to the subdivisions all over the county. They normally left right after we would have had dinner and would not get back until well after midnight. I was concerned for them being out in the storm, of course, but I was also quite concerned of having to be by myself the whole time. I knew that with my siblings at their friends' houses and my parents out working, I would have to weather the storm all by myself. I stayed up for a while watching TV. If I hadn't been so tired, I likely would have tried and waited for my parents to get home before trying to sleep. Watching television though, I found myself drifting off a few times. I realized I was probably not going to be able to make it and tried to simply go to sleep. I originally fell asleep pretty easily, but I woke up when a loud crack of thunder shook my house. I opened up my eyes and jumped up in my bed just a little. It took me a moment to get my wits about me. It was unusually dark, much darker than it normally would have been otherwise. A quick look over my alarm clock showed that the power must be out. From the looks of how dark it was outside, I was guessing it must be out for the entire neighborhood. I kept looking outside, watching the moving branches of a tree that was not far from my window. I suspected the wind must be blowing really hard because of how quickly the shadows of the branches were moving. Not too long after I began staring at that tree, there was a tremendously bright flash of lightning. It lit up the entire outside, as well as my bedroom. Although, like lightning is known to do, it only lasted a split second. In the moment, it seemed to last a lot longer. This was because what I thought were the shadows of tree branches in the dark slapping against my window were something else entirely. In that instant, I noticed a person standing outside my bedroom window. He was doing something, but the brightness of the flash lit up my room as well. In that moment, we both looked at each other, the man clearly shocked to see me. I think for the first and only time in my entire life, I actually screamed. I don't know what was going through my head for sure, but I immediately thought someone was trying to break into my home. I figured with the lights all out and my parents' car gone, perhaps he thought no one was there. I jumped out of bed and ran to the living room. Fortunately, even though the power was out, the landline phone still worked. I immediately called 911 and told them someone was breaking into my home. I then ran into my parents' room and hid in their closet, waiting for the police to arrive. My dad had a big knife in the closet he used to hunt, which I clung onto. It took a little bit for the police to arrive. I jumped at every sound and was terrified at every strike of lightning. Eventually, the police arrived, and I finally felt safe. Looking around, it looked like the guy didn't try to break into the home after all. He was definitely trying to get in through my window, though. I guess seeing me and hearing me scream must have scared him off. He may have assumed that if a child my age was home, others might have been too. They looked around for him, I guess, but to my knowledge, they never discovered him. They doubted he would ever come back, but that was of little comfort to me. I continuously worried about him coming back to finish what he started. It took me years before I was completely able to not be scared anymore. This is something that happened to me in the 1990s. My name is Jennifer, and I had recently moved into a house in a pretty typical neighborhood. It was about 30 minutes outside of a major city, and I was renting a smaller 2-bedroom home. I lived by myself at the time and had a cord phone that was attached to the wall in the kitchen. That was my only phone back then, and I didn't even have a cell phone at all. I remember one night I randomly got a call very late. It was sometime after 10 o'clock, I believe, but I don't remember the exact time. Obviously, it's very unusual to get calls at that hour, especially from like telemarketers or something. I guessed it must have been from a family member, or even a friend perhaps. I answered it, but when I picked up the phone, there was a man on the other end I didn't immediately recognize. Hello? Hi, is this Jennifer speaking? I said yes, and asked who this was that was calling. He didn't really answer me. The guy just started rambling. He said I was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and described me in vast detail. He went on and on about how much he liked me. I thought this was really weird, because I didn't even recognize this voice at all, and had no idea who he could be. When I asked him again who he was, he didn't answer me. When he refused to tell me who he was, I started to feel really uncomfortable about things. I ended up just hanging up on him. It was one of the strangest phone calls that I had ever gotten. Clearly, this guy had seen me before somewhere. He described enough of me for it to be sure that he really did know me, and he also knew my name somehow. I knew all the people at my job, though, and he didn't sound like anybody from there. I just had no idea who it could be. I was hoping he wouldn't call back, but of course he did just a short time later. It was only about 10 minutes after I'd initially hung up on him the first time. When I answered the phone, I heard him begin talking again and almost hung up on him immediately. What he said in that split moment, though, shocked me so much that I couldn't do so at all. He said he was already there and to let him in. That was followed shortly by a knocking at my front door. Whoever this guy was, he was right outside my home. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even want to look out to see who this man was. I was too scared. My blinds were closed anyways, so I couldn't see him. I didn't say anything to the man. He repeated himself, and finally I mustered up the courage to ask him to go away. The man said he wasn't going anywhere, and I heard him begin knocking once more. I told the man I was going to call the police if he didn't leave, but he didn't seem to be bothered at all. In a taunting tone, he said, "Well, what are they gonna do?" I hung up on him after that and dialed 911. I told the operator what was going on, and I was told that somebody would be out there shortly. After I got off the phone with the police, I did not hear any further knocking. The guy also didn't call me back. After maybe 10 minutes, the police got there. An officer knocked on the door, which at first I thought was the man again. I checked out the window, though, and saw it really was an officer. I let him in and informed him about what happened. He looked around my front and backyard, searching the entire property. Unfortunately, the man was long gone. He must have left after I called them. The officer asked me a few questions and said he would be around the area for a while. If something happened, to call again immediately. I did feel slightly better, but not a whole lot. I knew this guy was still out there somewhere. I was afraid he might come back and be angry. Maybe he'd even try to break in this time. After the police left, about 20 minutes or so went by when I heard a knocking at my front door again. My heart sank, knowing it was the same guy coming back. There was a slim chance it was the police again, though, so I carefully and slowly crept toward my front window. I moved the blinds just slightly, just enough to see who was out there. I couldn't get a good view at all, but I could tell it was not the police officer. When I saw this, I moved away from the window and ran back to the phone. I called the police again and told them the man had returned. I was only on the phone with the police for a minute or so. After I got off the phone with them, the man called again. He was still knocking on the door as well. I answered his call, wondering what he wanted now. "You shouldn't have called the cops on me, Jennifer." He then asked me to let him in again. I really didn't know what to say, and I was really nervous. Eventually, I just hung up on him. Only a minute or two after this, I heard voices outside my house. The officers had come back, and it sounded like this time they'd actually caught the man. I went to my window and looked out. Sure enough, it was true. When I saw the guy, though, I couldn't believe who it actually was. It was my next-door neighbor, a guy who lived all alone in the house next to me. His name was Dan, and I'd only spoken to him in passing a single time before. He must have been observing me whenever I went outside. Sometimes I would go on walks in the neighborhood or do yard work. What a creep that guy was. I was able to get a restraining order against him, and luckily after that, I never did see him again. There's a toilet stall in my school's bathroom that doesn't open. It's just always locked, it seems, and no one really can say why. It's the bathroom on the first floor of the north building, and the stall that won't open is the furthest one from the bathroom door. It's locked up tight, and it doesn't budge at all. It's pretty weird, to be honest with you. The north building is rarely used, and the rooms in that building aren't even being used for lessons currently. It's become more of a storage location. Due to the fact that not many people use that building, of course it wasn't long before creepy rumors began to spread around our school. There was a rumor going around that if you knocked on the door that never opens, something would knock back. The kids at the school said the paranormal lurked beyond that door, some kind of spirit or ghost. They said even that if you asked if anyone was there, you would get a response too. It seemed like all everyone was talking about was that stall door. Of course, no one could really agree on what the reply would be, though. I heard many different things and exaggerations. Well, one day I decided to go see if those rumors were true. A couple other boys from my class wanted to test their mettle as well. We arranged to meet on the first floor of the north building when the sun went down. We didn't need to wait long after school for it to get dark, since it was during the winter. All of the restrooms in this building were supposed to have the same layout, I guess, because the shape of the building never changed from floor to floor. That bathroom, though, had this kind of weird atmosphere. I don't know how to put it, really. Just felt like there was a presence there. It was very quiet that day. You could have heard a pin drop in that bathroom. The first thing I noticed was the closed stall. We all headed over to it. Some of the boys were braver than the others, and some immediately tried yanking on the door handle in an attempt to wrench it open. No matter how much they pushed and pulled, the door didn't seem to budge. We thought we might be able to take a look at whatever was inside that stall by standing on the toilet and the one next to it and peeking over the wall. We quickly realized, though, that that was going to be impossible. It was boarded from the top of the stall door to the ceiling. Well, there was only one more option we could try, knocking on the door to see if the rumors were true. We didn't know who should knock first. No one really wanted to volunteer. My friend went over to the door and just started knocking. I began to feel a strange surge of chills race through me. At the very moment he knocked on the door, I put it down to the fact I was feeling more than a little nervous. We all stood there in silent anticipation to see if a ghost really would reply to my friend's knocking. But of course, no response came. He turned around and faced the rest of us with a sly smile on his face. He then shrugged and said, "Guess I'll try this then. Is anybody there?" The only response we received was the sound of the tap dripping in the sink on the other side of the room. "All right, well, I guess the rumor's false, guys," he said. After that, the tension in the room began to dissipate. We all calmed down a little and began to joke and crack wise about the situation. "Guys, I'm gonna take a break and then we're getting out of this super scary bathroom." Most of my friends took a whiz. At that same time, my friend was showing off his confidence by whistling as he went to the bathroom. It had a completely new atmosphere when suddenly a noise cut through the bathroom. It was a creaking sound that I recognized immediately. I couldn't physically bring myself to look in the direction of that noise. Guys, I think the stall door is open now." We all agreed, but not one of us wanted to turn to face the stall. No one dared to look back. I was the closest one to the door that never opened, and after I'd finished relieving myself, I shook off my fear and turned to face it. One of my friends had beaten me to it, though. I heard him scream and watched him run out of the bathroom. This, of course, set off mass hysteria between us, and we all started screaming and running too. We left the bathroom and ran to our friend, who'd gotten out first. He was sitting down on the floor with his back against the wall. "Hey man, are you okay? What happened?" Questions like that we fired at him from all angles. When he replied, it was quite shocking. "I don't know, guys. I saw something in there. There was like a small shrine, an altar to worship of some kind." "Why would that be in there? It's a bathroom stall." We all looked at him skeptically. "It really was there, I swear." We all wanted to go back in there to see if we could see it. We all formed a line and slowly opened the bathroom door. As soon as we were back in, we could all see the stall door was closed again. That was really shocking. We thought we were the only ones in the building, and we had just left the bathroom a short time ago. It didn't seem possible for it to be closed again without someone interfering. We went over to the door and all had a go at trying to pry it open again, but it wouldn't budge. It was sealed up tight, almost as if it had never opened at all. Thing is, we'd all experienced it. It was a very weird experience, and one that left us with more questions than answers. It turned out the rumors were not true about hearing a reply from the other side, or hearing someone responding to you or knocking on the door. But the thing is, I couldn't explain what happened there in that afternoon. It seemed there definitely was something strange and creepy in that stall. If there was some kind of altar for worship in there, what exactly were they trying to worship? Why would you keep it hidden in a bathroom stall at a place at our school? None of it made any sense. A few weeks went by and we all kind of forgot about what happened. I think for me personally, the reason I forgot was because I couldn't process it well, and my brain just wanted to get rid of it. It was occupying too many of my thoughts. Shortly after I entered high school, my mother disappeared. After school, my dad sat me down and told me in a very serious tone about what happened. He said that my mom had been having an affair, and she had a boyfriend that none of us knew about for several years apparently. I remember that moment where I felt my heart sink. It was when my dad said she had abandoned him and I. He hung his head low after he said that, and it's a moment that my mind keeps replaying from time to time. I decided in that moment that I would make efforts to show him just how much he meant to me, to cherish him just as much as I had cherished my mother. Strange goings-on began to happen at my home after that day. I can't say all of them are unexplainable, because a house suddenly without a mother to a high school girl would certainly take some adjusting. There were some things going on for sure, though. We kept finding hair everywhere, long black hair. I had short dyed brown hair at the time, so it certainly wasn't mine, and my dad didn't have long hair either. It was weird as hell. In addition to the strange hair, we noticed that doors which we were certain we had closed would be opened, and certain things around the house went missing. My dad said he was concerned that my mom was getting in and out of the house while we were away, but I didn't know what to think. I don't know why, but my first thought was something closer to my mom is dead. I guess because of all that was happening in our home, it felt close to some sort of paranormal activity, rather than some random person breaking in. I kept thinking about it and pondering what was going on. Not many days had passed at this point, from the time that my dad had told me my mom had left. One day, something clicked with me. It was the sight of a certain pair of shoes that were right by the door. They were very sentimental and belonged to my mother. Surely, if she had just planned on running away from her family, she would have left wearing those, or at least taking them with her. So why were they still there? My mind produced a strange and frightening thought. If that's still there, and I discovered various other items belonging to her tucked away as well, then what happened to my mom? Why did she leave all these things behind? I suppose it's possible I just could have been trying to cope with the thought of her having abandoned me. But why had this all happened? I had lots of thoughts and emotions to process, and I certainly doubted my theory. My gut didn't doubt it as much as my head, though. It niggled away at me and ate away. I felt the urge to question my father further, but then I went against it. I had already lost my mother. If I got my father in trouble or pushed him away from me, then who would take care of me? I'd have no parents to protect me. I knew that my dad loved my mom, and I didn't think he would lie to me. Why would he do anything to her anyway? If I was wrong about my strange theory, then I don't know how I could ever look my dad in the eye again after accusing him of something like that. So, I carried on like normal, despite my strange gut feeling. However, all the strange goings-on at home continued. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps, and I knew they weren't my father's. I could just tell by the weight of them. I was extremely frightened. I lay there in bed, praying they didn't come to my room. I pulled the covers up and tightened them over my head, but the covers couldn't drown out the sound of footsteps approaching. Despite my best wishes, they appeared to enter my bedroom. I really hope my dad wasn't right about this actually being intruders. I heard the footsteps stop at the side of my bed and felt a presence come close to my cheek. I opened my eyes and thought I could see my mother standing by the side of my bed. Whether this was real or just a dream, the figure looked me in the eyes and said 2 words, "Get out." I was terrified. I screwed my eyes shut and turned over on my side. After a few seconds, though, I couldn't fight the urge to keep my eyes shut, so I opened them. I looked around, but the figure was gone. I asked myself if it was ever really there at all. Maybe it had just been a hallucination from stress, or maybe I was dreaming, and this was my subconscious trying to tell me something. I guess my theory about my father was really weighing on me. I couldn't live in that house, and I had to move out. I knew I wouldn't be able to tell my father why I was moving, though. On top of that, I wasn't anywhere near old enough to be living alone. I seemed to be the only one in the house who'd had such a strange encounter. My father was moving on as if nothing had happened. Ever since my mom went missing, my father had switched to working at home, doing all the chores and trying to give me the best upbringing I could have hoped for. When I sat down with him at dinner, it felt very awkward to have these doubts in my mind. I could do little more than pretend that nothing was happening. I fell asleep on the sofa one afternoon and woke up to a strange feeling in my stomach. I looked over and noticed an old school bag of mine that I hadn't touched in a while. My dad was busy cooking in the kitchen and yelled at me, asking what was wrong. I quickly replied that nothing was the matter. I just remembered I had some homework to do. He replied that dinner was almost ready, and I looked over towards the bag. I wondered why I was getting this strange feeling. I got up and went over to it. It was a bag I used to use a while ago, and hadn't touched it ever since my mom had gone away. I started digging through it, thinking maybe I was feeling nostalgic for a time when my mother was there. There was obviously nothing stored in the main compartment of the bag, but I just so happened to open up one of the side pockets and found something inside. What was in there was a small folded note. It had been folded into quarters and been stuffed right into the bottom. I unfolded it and instantly recognized the handwriting. It was a note from my mother, saying that if anything happened to her, then it was my dad's responsibility. I realized that I didn't have the capacity to deal with all this, and so I ran away. I have no idea if the eerie feelings I had in my gut or my theory was true, but I just couldn't stay there anymore. Obviously, I've not been in contact with my father since then, and I've been doing my best to make my way as I go. This happened a couple of years ago. I was driving back home one night on a quiet road. There was a highway that I had recently turned off of to get to my house. I was still about 10 minutes away from home, though. As I was driving along that road, suddenly my car started to slow down. I didn't know what was going on. My car had always run great, and it was only a couple of years old. I never had any problems with it. I realized that somehow I had run out of gas. The light had come on earlier, and I guess I'd simply forgotten about it. My car came to a stop, and I felt really stupid about making such an obvious mistake. My first thought was to call a friend and ask them to grab me some gas. When I took out my phone, though, I wasn't getting a signal in this area. It wasn't that big of a surprise. I tried and tried for 10 minutes, but it just wouldn't work. It was pretty late at night, too, almost midnight or so. Even if I could get my phone to work now, my friends were probably already asleep. I knew the area really well and knew there was a gas station just about a mile away. It would be a 20-minute walk on foot, but the weather was nice, so I decided to go walk and grab some gas, then bring it back to my car. It really wasn't all that big of a deal. I got out of my vehicle and luckily had a small gas container in the back. It was empty, but I kept it in my car mainly to buy gas for my lawnmower. After getting out of my car, I started to walk along the side of the road. Now, the roads were very quiet. Since my car had run out of gas, maybe 1 or 2 other vehicles had passed me by. I hadn't even really noticed. The road did not have a sidewalk or anything, so I was just walking a few feet off the shoulder. The grass surrounding the roads on both sides was somewhat dense. There were woods as well. I remember that when I got a ways up from my car, I heard a car starting to come down the road behind me. It was coming from the opposite direction, back where my car was. I heard the sound of the car, then slowing down. I stopped to look behind me and saw a pickup truck coming to a stop next to my car on the road. They were probably stopping to see if I needed any help. I turned around and thought about asking whoever it was for a ride to the gas station. What I saw, though, was a man hopping out of the passenger side and another guy getting out of the driver's door. They put what appeared to be ski masks over their faces and approached my vehicle. I was confused and stopped, no longer wanting to approach them or for them to see me. I was pretty sure they hadn't noticed I was there and probably wouldn't if I stayed put. They probably thought I was still inside my vehicle. I moved closer to the wooded area, but kept watching. They looked inside my windows, as one of them used his phone as a flashlight to peek around. The other guy knocked on one of them and also tried opening all the doors. After this happened, the guys looked in my direction all of a sudden. For whatever reason, they had somehow noticed me. Right after, one of the guys began walking over to me, and the other walked back over to their truck. As I saw this, I turned to keep walking to the gas station. I heard the sound of one of the men begin running, and I looked back to see the first guy now sprinting. The other guy was inside of the truck and began driving toward me. I had no other choice but to go off into the woods. I darted to the right and went into the forest like a deer. I just started running like crazy. It was really thick. There were all kinds of trees and bushes and branches. I heard the first guy enter the woods a ways back from me. I kept running though, not knowing where these woods led or anything. After 2 minutes straight of running as fast as I could through the woods, I reached the other side. I saw a house with a massive yard. I kept running and no longer heard the guy behind me. When I made it closer to the home, I ran behind it and hid. There I caught my breath and tried to figure out what I was going to do. At this hour, I didn't want to knock on the front door of the home. I didn't think they would answer. I waited for several minutes, then carefully headed back down their driveway to the street. It was a really long driveway. Eventually, I did get back to the street I'd been walking on. The men and the truck were nowhere to be seen. I continued with my walk to the gas station, but walked extremely close to the edge of the woods. That way, if I saw the truck coming again, I could go back into hiding. In fact, I did hear a car coming not long after I started walking again. I jumped into the woods and hid, and waited for it to pass by. Because of this, I couldn't tell if it was the truck or not. I have no way of knowing if it actually was. I wasn't going to take any chances, though. Eventually, I did make it to the gas station. Then I walked back to my car and filled up my tank with what I'd bought. I made it home after a very memorable night. Looking back, I don't know what those men wanted or who they were. I'm really glad I got away from them, though. When I was younger, the elementary school I went to had a kind of mystery that all the kids were wrapped up in. There was a room at the school with a seemingly unopenable door. I don't know when or how this started, but all the kids spread rumors that there was this one door that no one had ever opened. It seemed to be mysteriously and eternally locked. That was until one day, when one kid from school who had been asked to return some supplies for our after-school club to the stationery cupboard noticed that the door was now open. He wasn't that interested in it, as he had been told by our teachers multiple times not to go into that room and that it was off limits. He was in the same class as me, by the way. He told me that the door gave him a bad feeling. I didn't really get that from the door myself, though. We were all staying late after class. I can't remember exactly why, probably some after-school activity. When he came back to our class, he told me and another classmate the door was open, and we were both interested in finding out what may be beyond that mysterious threshold. My classmate, perhaps driven by curiosity, piped up and said, "I'll go take a look." He got up to his feet and went to go check it out. I went with him, but I didn't want to go into the room myself. I wasn't profoundly scared of whatever was inside it necessarily. I was more scared of getting in trouble and getting a detention or something. I waited outside, but I realized I had been waiting a while for him to come back out. I started to get nervous. All the other kids were leaving, and even some teachers looked like they were getting ready to leave too. I nervously paced in the corridor, but no matter how long I waited for him, he did not come out of the room. It just didn't make any sense to me. I didn't want to go in before, and I definitely didn't want to go in then. I started to get worried and approached the door to see if I could make out where he'd gone. Just as I was about to crane my head around the door frame, a teacher came along. I told the teacher what happened, and she looked shocked. She made an attempt to look inside for him, and then she muttered something like, "Shouldn't we have a lock on this door?" That was when I realized that the rumor was just a rumor. It was just a door that they locked. I felt dumb for believing that the door at school had some kind of mystical power. The teacher went inside very briefly, and then came back out and said something outrageous. I didn't see anyone in there. That just didn't seem possible to me. I'd watched my classmate go in there and not come back out, so where could he be? He had to be in there still. Logic dictated that to me back then, and it still does now. He went in and he did not come out. I asked the teacher if she was sure, and she said to me in a cold tone that there was no one in that room. She went ahead and shut the door as she said it. I went home because everyone else was leaving. I didn't know what to do. I was a kid, and it's not like I could stay there all night long. I told my mom about what happened, and she must have seen how worked up I was, because she called the school and hoped that a teacher or janitor might still be there. She came into my bedroom after she got off the phone with someone, giving me a big smile and saying, "Your little class friend went home. One of your teachers told me." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He didn't go home, though. I was waiting for him when he went into that room, and I never saw him come out. By the way, this wasn't some room that was massive or on the ground floor or anything like that. It was on the 3rd floor. Had he jumped out of a window for some reason, he wouldn't have made it back home in one piece. I couldn't believe the teacher didn't even bother to go in and do a proper sweep of the room. Now they were telling me he'd just gone home. I wasn't buying it. My mom laughed at my frustration and said I must have just misunderstood the situation, but I knew I was being lied to. I waited for school the next day. I had so many questions, and if I'm being honest, a part of me did believe there was a small chance my classmate ended up slipping past me somehow and going home. Maybe he hid in the room to avoid the teachers and not get in trouble. I don't know. When I got to school, though, and looked over at the desk he would have occupied, it was empty. I hoped against my better judgment that he might just be running late, but I was once again wrong. I was told before the end of the day that apparently he had suddenly moved away. I never saw the door he went through open again after that, and I still get anxious about what happened. I mean, it's possible he really did move, but why was everything so sudden? And why was all the news coming out of our teachers and none of it from him? It didn't make any sense to me. It's been so long that I can't even really remember his name. A lot of my memory from that time is hazy. I do remember that a lot of weird stuff went on in my hometown back then. Always a big military and police presence. I don't know if that means anything, but as an adult, I realized that my town was pretty unique. I wonder if he stumbled upon something he wasn't supposed to. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous with it being a school and all, but here in Japan they do sometimes hide secret things in public schools. Hiding in plain sight, so they say. I really want to know if that kid ended up being alright. I hope that's the case. I think about this often. I'd go back to our school to check out that room, but the school isn't there anymore. I knew this guy, living on the bottom floor with his girlfriend in the same apartment building I lived in. He was very friendly and very polite, and worked every day. He would get dropped off right in front of the building, and talk and make everyone he met laugh. One thing I noticed, though, was that his girlfriend hardly ever talked to or spoke to anyone. I remember one day I introduced myself to her, as she was nervously watching for her boyfriend to pull up from work. That's my guess at least. Anyway, she and I began talking a little bit more often, but she was very careful about what time she would talk to me. I also began to notice a couple of bruises on her face and hands. She was such a beautiful woman, and it was really disheartening to see her being abused like this, and there wasn't really anything I could do but try and report it, which never did anything. Her boyfriend was a class clown, so to speak, so everyone else thought he was just a really nice and stand-up guy. I could see through him by now, so I just kept my distance. It's all I could really do. One evening, he was drinking outside with the other neighbors. I had to go check my mail, and it was getting late, so a little bit before dark, I decided to go do it. I left my door unlocked because I was really young and naive. This was also my first apartment at just 18, and I didn't really think it would take that long. I got back from checking my mail and saw everyone had gone inside. I went into my apartment and took a shower and got ready for bed. I jumped in, and about 10 minutes later, I began to hear a man snoring. It was coming from within my bedroom closet. Needless to say, I immediately freaked out and ran to get another neighbor to take a look inside my closet. I certainly wasn't going to look by myself. Well, of course, it was that very same guy who had trespassed into my apartment and passed out after drinking. I was hysterical, terrified. The neighbor got him up and took him to his home to his girlfriend. 3 years later, she apparently left him because he was violently abusing her. She went to go live with her parents. Well, he found her, killed both of her parents and her grandmother, I believe, and beat up the girlfriend so badly that she was paralyzed and in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She had to witness him killing her entire family. It was years later when I found out about this, and it was so devastating and sad. I couldn't stop crying. I often wondered if he was planning to attack me too. I can't even imagine what she had gone through, losing her loved ones to that monster. Everyone liked him. Hell, at first I did too. He seemed genuinely funny and nice, but meeting his girlfriend really changed my mind about him real quick. It's a shame that no one else could see through his lies. I, female and 23, was staying with my friend who's also female and 23 for a couple of weeks in the town I grew up in. She works at a restaurant, and without giving away too many details about the specific location, it's in a plaza with a river nearby. The plaza has the usual amenities of a movie theater, various restaurants and boutiques, and all that sort of thing. We entered through the parking garage, which has 3 stories, both elevators and stairs. This is important. She had a 6-hour shift, so I decided to do some shopping, listen to music, and walk around before eating at the restaurant my friend works at. I remember I was sitting at the bar on the corner alone, listening to some music. That was when a bigger man approached me. He had a security guard beanie on that was incredibly dirty and tattered up, and he was muttering with his eyes barely open. All I could hear from his muttering was things like, I like your, is anyone sitting? But keep in mind, it was incredibly muted. I'm guessing what he was trying to say was asking to sit next to me and trying to compliment me. All of this was said while he was switching back and forth between looking into my eyes and staring at my chest. I tried to tell the man multiple times that I just could not understand what he was saying. After a bit of back and forth, I put the headphones back in and he left me alone. I told my friend about what happened and tried to shake it off, hoping it was just a weird, isolated incident. If that was where the story ended, I wouldn't even be writing this. Unfortunately, though, it's obviously not. About an hour later, I see someone approach the bar to my left out of the corner of my eye and felt their gaze fixate on me. I didn't look, but somehow I immediately knew it was him. I texted my friend and told her I was feeling really sketched out. I wanted to believe that I was simply misreading things and letting my anxiety get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling there was something off with this guy. 30 minutes or so later, my friend got off. As we started walking toward the parking garage stairs to get to our car, I could see him waiting on a bench nearby, waiting for me. The benches aren't super close to the elevators. The second I spotted him, my blood ran cold. He saw us walking toward the stairs to the parking garage, and all of a sudden stood up and started sprinting for us. I was face to face with him by the time we got to the top of the stairs. We booked it back to the restaurant and used the employee elevator to get to her car. An employee escorted us to the vehicle as well. The employee told us there are a lot of cases of homeless people who wander around the area. I presume he was homeless and just walking in and out of various restaurants until he saw me. I'm incredibly thankful I trusted my gut and that I spotted him. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't see him at first, but I don't want to find out. When I was about 5 years old, my mom had a boyfriend who ended up being my little brother's dad. I guess he was my stepdad, but the real dad to my half-brother. We'll call him Daniel. I loved and will always love my little brother, but his dad caused a whole lot of trauma for all of us. I was about 8 years old at the time, and my little brother was 3. We shared a bedroom right next to my mom and Daniel's room. My little brother was fast asleep, and I was just about to close my eyes and drift off. That was until I heard a rumbling through the wall. I jolted my eyes wide awake, and I was frozen in place, trying to be as quiet as I could. I wanted to hear what was going on. I could hear my mom quietly telling Daniel, "Stop, you're hurting me." My heart dropped. I didn't know what to do. I was scared and couldn't move. My ears felt red as I heard my own heartbeat pounding loud. And that's when I heard my mother begin screaming, "Stop, I can't breathe!" I heard a loud thud, which I'm assuming was Daniel pushing her off. I heard her tumbling down, and I quickly laid back down. I couldn't stop looking at the doorway. I watched as my mom's door swung open, and then she ran out of the bedroom crying. I presume she ran downstairs to our bathroom, which had a lock on it. Not even 2 seconds later, Daniel began chasing her. He banged on the bathroom door and yelled to open it up. My mom replied, "No, why did I wake up to you choking me?" I was now trembling in my bed. The floorboards were paper thin, which was no help shielding me away from my trauma. I could hear Daniel continuing to bang on the door, sounding like he was trying to break it down, but to no avail. I saw him walk back into the bedroom. My mom, after a while, came into our room and then closed the door ever so quietly. She slept with my little brother on the top bunk. This was the first time of many assaults from what Daniel did to my mom. There's been many times where he's cheated on her, thrown her plate off the table after she cooked us all dinner, and even stolen her keys to make sure she couldn't leave for work or school. This next one isn't the second one he did, but it's the second earliest one I can still remember so vividly. I was about 9 or 10 at the time, and my little brother had an issue wetting the bed. He had a cutoff point to be able to drink water. My mom and Daniel had been fighting and arguing all day. However, my brother was sick, and he was drawing a fever. I was helping my mom to put away the dishes after dinner, and saw my brother walk in asking for a glass of water. My mother turned to him and said, "Now, you're not going to wet the bed if I give this to you, right? You gotta make sure you go to the bathroom." He shook his head no, and said he promised to make sure before going to bed. I handed her a clean glass from the dishwasher, and she gave it to him. Soon after, we heard loud stomps coming from the living room. My mom quickly took the glass away from him and hid it behind her back. It felt like slow motion as I saw the fear in my mom's eyes. Daniel got right up into her face and took the glass from behind my mom. He splashed the water in her face and then smashed it against her head. I couldn't help myself but to scream. My mom stumbled back as Daniel then threw the glass on the ground and shattered it. He dragged my little brother by the shoulder as he was crying. I made sure my mom was okay, and we could hear Daniel screaming at my little brother. My mom and I rushed in there, and she tried to tell him it was her fault, and he was just not feeling well. Daniel and my mom continued to fight, while me and my little brother cried in bed. I know these stories aren't exactly uncommon, but as a kid, I witnessed stuff like this multiple times firsthand. It gave me major PTSD as an adult, and I would never wish someone to live the childhood I lived. It was awful. This happened about 7 years ago. On a business trip, I stayed in Ikebukuro in a well-known hotel. There's something I want to mention about me. Sometimes I feel as if I have a sixth sense. By that, I mean I feel as if I'm aware of otherworldly presences when I encounter them. I wouldn't say this sense of mine is particularly strong, but it is there. I want to share an experience that happened when I stayed in that hotel. The room I stayed in was room 913. I was staying for one night. A senior coworker at my company was staying in the room next door. From the moment I opened the door to room 913, I felt something strange. I had this weird feeling I hadn't ever had before. It was, and still is, indescribable. Because that indescribable feeling was so unusual, I didn't know what to think about it. I figured it was just my imagination. Now I can see it was clearly an early warning sign. I was picking up on a red flag. As night came and darkness fell upon the hotel quickly, it was February, by the way, I thought the best thing I could do for work the following morning was go ahead and get an early night's sleep. I drifted off with ease, but I didn't stay awake for very long at all. I woke up to the sound of someone barging into my hotel room. I could tell it was a man almost instantly. It was like I knew without even seeing him. I could also tell that this appeared to be some sort of sleep paralysis, the beginning of some kind of nightmare. My brain was fully functioning, but my body was glued to the bed. It was like I was just watching what was happening, as if it were a movie or out-of-body experience. The man who was in my room was not a native Japanese person like me. I was sleeping on my side with my back facing the door, and the man had just come in. He wandered around my dark hotel room for a while, and then walked around the bed to face me. He stared right into my face and looked so angry and rage-filled. Suddenly, his hand shot to my neck, and he began to choke me. I was so scared of how much this man seemed to hate me and want to hurt me. I felt myself choking and losing oxygen. I really started to panic, and then all of a sudden I was able to move like nothing had happened. I was all alone in my hotel room. I was so freaked out by what had just happened that I wanted to call my coworker. I wanted to speak to someone. I couldn't though. I hadn't left my phone by my bedside table. I had left it to charge on a desk, and there was a mirror on that desk. There was no way in hell I was going to look into that past midnight. Side note, mirrors are a very prominent item in Japanese spiritual folklore. There's a belief for some people in Japan that if you look at yourself in a mirror after midnight, you might see something else there. Mirrors can be considered portals and pathways into different worlds. I stayed awake until the early morning light spilled into the room, and only at that point did I feel confident enough to shut my eyes for a few moments. My colleague came to my hotel room so we could head downstairs for breakfast together. After checking it was him out of the peephole, he cried out in shock when he saw me open the door. He could tell that something was wrong. I looked terrible. At breakfast, I talked to him about what happened the night before. The worst thing about our situation was the fact we were staying at that hotel for another few nights. After work that day, I called a friend of a friend who was into the occult and supernatural and asked him for some advice. He told me how to better deal with what I had experienced, and I followed his instructions. It did nothing to improve the atmosphere, though. What he got me to do managed to at least calm me down. Just after midnight, I heard a loud bang coming from the wall that separated my room from my colleagues. It scared the hell out of me. It sounded like a really powerful blow. After I gave it some thought, I guessed that it could have been my colleague playing a prank on me. With that in mind, I managed to get some sleep. In the morning, I saw my colleague again for breakfast, and I said to him, "Oh, great prank last night, banging on the wall like that." He said he had no idea what I was talking about. To be completely honest, I'm pretty sure he was telling the truth about that. It scared me to think I may have been close to experiencing another paranormal onslaught. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night, and only a few eerie occurrences for the rest of the trip. I can still remember the face of that figure who strangled me. I look for that face in the crowds of Tokyo, but I don't think I'll ever see him. If I did, I think I'd have a heart attack. I wonder if that was just my brain conjuring up that man attacking me, or if something really supernatural happened in that hotel room. Back when I was 23, I was a single mom living in Melbourne, Australia. One morning, I dropped my eldest off at school in the morning and was walking with my youngest in the pram. As I was walking, I saw a man stood smoking across the road. He looked like a complete bogan. He had no top on, gold chains, and bad teeth, and when he saw me, he started walking across the road to cut me off on the pavement. I thought to myself, "Oh God, here we go." I crossed over, but he followed me again. My instincts were going haywire when suddenly he ran up behind me and started saying, "I love your baby. Let me hold him. Let me hold him." I said I was nearly home, and my partner would not be happy about him hassling me like this. He got all angry, saying he'd bash my partner and then bash me. I'd never felt my body prepare me so much for a fight-or-flight situation before. I was still on a steep hill, and I knew I couldn't let go of the pram to fight him off. There seemed to be nobody about at that time in the morning either, so no one to help me if he did try to attack me. As I got home, I rushed through the door, and by some miracle I managed to shut it before it could force his way in behind me. I hid my son upstairs in his cot and began frantically ringing the police. I saw the man climb over my back fence and begin looking through my patio doors right at me, fogging up the window with his manic smile. His teeth were really bad, honestly disgusting. I just remember the sight of them the most. The police response was brilliant, though, as they arrived within just 15 minutes. By that time, the bloke had already gone. It turned out that after he had followed me home, he dragged another lady down an alleyway and tried to bash her. Her little barking dog saved her by barking so loud another man came to help. About 2 months later, the police caught him, with mine and the lady's help, and I'm happy to say he served 7 years in prison. I used to go and spend time at my friend's house often when I was growing up. We both met in high school and were friends from a very young age. However, whereas I lived in town, he lived in a completely rural area. At a certain age, we began having weekend sleepovers. Our parents didn't drive us over, though. We would just take the other's bus home from school on a Friday afternoon. We would be doing this sort of thing very regularly for most of our entire childhood. My buddy, Carl, and I used to explore the countryside that surrounded the house he grew up in. By the time we were in our teens, we were very familiar with it, and actually quite bored with it too. We had been out hiking in that area so many times, there weren't any areas that we didn't know by heart. When we were 14 years old, however, I had a new experience. One of our mutual friends who was 15 was driving his dad's old pickup ever since his dad got a new vehicle. He didn't have a license, but as long as we stayed in the rural areas, he wouldn't get in trouble for driving. Even though it was thrilling enough to just be sitting in the back bed of the truck drinking a beer we had stolen from Carl's dad, we also wanted to explore areas we hadn't had chances to before. So, about 4 of us got together early one Saturday morning and went driving way out into the hills. We were looking for some place that was as far out as we could find, and we could be exploring what we considered to be unknown territory. We drove around quite a lot, trying to find some of the deepest woods we could find, yet still accessed by road. We ended up driving off-road when the road ended, but it still looked like other vehicles had driven along that ground. We figured that made it safe to do. Eventually, though, we went ahead and stopped the truck when the trees got too thick to really drive any further. This was easily the furthest out in the country I had ever been in my life. That excited rather than scared me, though. This gave us a completely new area to look around in. The 4 of us strayed apart from each other, while also sticking together. We made sure all of us were in vocal range, and would rarely get out of each other's sight either. We didn't know exactly what we were looking for, only that we were indeed out there looking for something. I don't know how long we were out there before Carl and I heard one of the other guys yelp. It was a weird noise he made, and it sounded like he was in distress. In that moment, he was out of sight, so we had to rush over to where we thought we heard his yelp come from. All 3 of us went over the hill we were hiking on, and stopped when we saw what made our friend call out. There were at least 7 full-grown adults, dressed in camouflage, sitting at a camp on the side of the hill. They looked like they were actually military guys, and not just a bunch of backwoods people pretending like they were. One of the guys was holding our friend who had yelped, with their hand over his mouth. The 3 of us reacted poorly. We were about to turn around and start running. I guess we selfishly only wanted to protect ourselves. We didn't even get the chance to perform this cowardly act, though. Several of the military men pulled guns on us and stopped us in our tracks. They ordered us over to their camp, and the three of us were scared to death we were all going to be shot. I didn't know what to do, but I was terrified. I was just going to do whatever these soldiers told me to do, in hopes I wasn't going to get shot and killed. The soldiers ordered the four of us over there and into one of the tents they had set up. They didn't tie us or anything, but one of them told us they had better not hear a peep out of us, or we would regret it. He definitely spoke with an accent, but it wasn't one I recognized, or even nowadays could even guess as to what it was. The four of us sat there in the tent terrified, and we heard some talking going on outside. We were unable to make out what was being talked about. Carl kept trying to whisper about trying to find a way out, but we shushed him. Finding a way out of there and getting away from 7 soldiers with guns wasn't going to be easy. Eventually, they blindfolded all 4 of us and tied our hands behind our backs. I was absolutely sure they were going to kill us. They took us and began guiding us away from the camp, although I had no idea what direction they were taking us off to. The only thing I could tell was they were guiding us downhill. Eventually, they put us all in the back of a vehicle and began driving. It was at least an hour's worth before they finally stopped. At one point after that, they stopped and began untying our hands. When the blindfolds were removed, we noticed we were in the back of our friend's truck. The guy untying us, the guy with the accent, told us to get in the truck and do our best to forget everything we saw that day. He said the only reason he was letting us live was that they couldn't have people searching for missing children out in the woods. If we knew what was best for us, we wouldn't tell anyone anything. We drove off immediately. They had driven the truck along with a truck of their own toward an unfamiliar area, and we had to find out where we were and drive back home. We talked about what we had seen, but none of us were really sure. We weren't sure if they were American troops, foreign troops, or members of a backwoods militia. We didn't know what to do. Carl and I kept it to ourselves. I'm not too sure about the other guys, though. Carl and I figured the guy's advice was quite sound. We were willing to do our best and just forget about them. This was back in the 70s, and Carl and I are still friends. We don't know what happened to the other 2 guys, though. We've told this story many times since then, and we figure there's no chance we'd be in danger now. We both really thought we were going to die back then, though. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.